motion to strike my motion to perpetuate and expedite.
Yes, all right, I'm sure sometime this week we'll figure out, how much time do you think you guys need to argue this?
I need 10 minutes, but I just need an afternoon setting so I can let my process server in California and the attorney be available, and I would ask the court the indulgence of allowing them to appear via Zoom.
Let's work that out, Mr. Cohen, as to when everyone's available, and one day, like after lunch or before we resume,
Okay.
we can hear your motion.
Okay, I'll reach out to them.
All right, bring them into the room, and then let me know when they're ready.
Okay.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
First name is Alejandro Fife, Alejandro Fiffe.
Good morning, Mr. Fife. If you could please, and you'll have to speak up, I can tell you're a little soft spoken. Okay, there's a microphone right in front of you, that little bar.
Gotcha.
So you can speak right into it, please. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, Jerry.
Tell us where you work, sir.
I work at Riva Motorsports in Pompano.
How long have you been working there?
Next month will be 31 years.
Okay, safe to say you were working there in June of 2018.
I was.
What capacity do you work there?
I'm a salesman, but I've been there a long time, so I have a lot of little other duties.
Okay, and as part of your other duties, does helping out and assisting with the surveillance system fall under your duties?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, June of 2018, you were also working during that time in that same capacity, correct?
Yes.
And there came a point in time where the homicide of Jose Anfoy occurred on Riva's property.
Correct.
Did you assist Broward Sheriff's Office with collecting the surveillance video, the entire surveillance from the outside perimeter and the inside of Riva?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the surveillance that Riva keeps, is it kept in the ordinary course of business to assist Riva?
Yeah, we've got a system that runs 24/7. The management is, concerned about theft and injuries and stuff like that, so we've got a multitude of cameras everywhere at all our properties that film continuously.
Okay. And is it part of the regular activity that Riva does in terms of keeping it going 24/7?
Yes.
As part of its regular
Yes.
conducted activity. Now, at the time when you assisted BSO with collecting it, did you have an opportunity to review what was copied over to BSO?
Yes, we played it for the detectives first before they copied it.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. It states WW. Yeah, Coach. You take a look at it. You can flip it over to see through the screen. Do you recognize states WW?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
I saw it before and I initialed and dated it.
Okay, and do the images on WW fairly and accurately represent what you recall transferring over to Broward Sheriff's Office for the complete surveillance of Riva from June 18 of 2018?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd move into evidence states WW as states 49.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states WW for identification shall be receiving evidence as states 49. A flash drive containing
The complete surveillance of the outdoor perimeter and the inside of Riva Motorsports from June 18, 2018. And permission to publish? Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross.
None on behalf of Mr. Bori.
None, Judge.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. Call your next.
State calls Detective Walter Foster.
raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Walter Foster, Walter, Foster.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. How are you?
I'm well, good morning.
So you're a little soft-spoken. That black box in front of you, if you want to move it just a little closer to you so we can all hear you, that would be great.
Okay.
All right. So please introduce yourself to the jury. Who do you work for?
I currently employed with the Broward Sheriff's Office, and I've been there for about 21 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with Broward Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm a detective with the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. At the time of this incident, I was working at the homicide unit.
Okay. The Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, is that also known as ICAC?
Yes,
All right, so if I refer to ICAC, we'll know what we're talking about, correct?
correct.
Okay. When did you, or tell us the years that you were in the Broward Sheriff's Office homicide unit?
I was with that unit from 2012 to like the end of 2019.
All right, and prior to being in the homicide unit with the Broward Sheriff's Office, what other units were you a part of?
Prior to that, I was in our violent crimes unit, and that was from 2005 through 2012.
All right, and prior to violent crimes, any other units as a detective, or was it road patrol?
It was road patrol prior to that.
So tell us a little bit about your training, I guess, that when it comes to cell phones specifically.
Well, not really much training. We have people who are a lot smarter than me to do those the extractions, and usually the software that is provided to us that is the extraction of the phone usually gives us like a grid or a spreadsheet or some kind of just basically something for us to go by. So it lists, itemizes a lot of things, so it makes it a lot easier to read than having to like manually go through a phone.
All right, now detective, in your years throughout the homicide unit and now in the ICAC unit, the task force you're currently on, you deal a lot with collecting of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And with the collection of cell phones, obviously you're not the one downloading the content, but are you trained in reviewing and how to review the content that is downloaded?
Yeah, we do go through a lot of the different kinds of reports that it gets generated, so we're able to, you know, pick out certain things, and the software is the real genius here. You know, the software is the ones that organized it for us.
All right, now, were you a homicide detective back on June 18th of 2018?
I was.
All right, and who was your partner back then?
John Curcio.
All right, and are you two the co-lead detectives in this case?
We are.
All right, so tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you first became involved in this particular investigation.
We got called to a shooting at the Riva Motorsports, which is at 3671 North Dixie. It's just a block north of Sample and a little west of Dixie Highway. And so initially I responded to the hospital because the victim had been transported there. So we usually try and go there just to ascertain what kind of happened.
All right, so detective, when the homicide occurs and it's called in, is it protocol for the homicide unit that you were in at the time to have different detectives go to different scenes, I guess?
Yeah, it's par for the course. I mean, something like this, especially during the working hours, you know, they try and get everybody out there that can help out. So whoever it is, the sergeant who calls it in usually just tells us, hey, we had a shooting, you go to the hospital, you know, we have somebody else go to the scene, and then we'll, you know, go from there.
Safe to say all hands on deck, especially during business hours?
Yes.
Okay. So you said you went to the hospital. Do you recall which hospital you went to?
It was North Broward Medical Center.
Do you
Or
recall?
Broward Health North, I guess they call it now.
Okay, and do you recall what time you went to the hospital?
I got there short, maybe about 4:30ish.
All right, and
4:20.
do you recall at some point while you were at the hospital if the time of death was notified to you regarding the victim's essay on Freud?
Yes,
Do you recall the time of death?
I'd have to look at my note really quickly.
All right, you have your report with you, just to
I
refresh your
do.
recollection and look up when you're done.
Sure. It was 4:51 p.m.
I'm sorry, say that again?
4:51 p.m.
All right, so you were at the hospital when that occurred.
Yes.
While you're at the hospital, are there other Broward Sheriff's Office deputies or detectives there?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the purpose of having Broward Sheriff's Office at the hospital at that point?
A lot of it is for security, because I believe a lot of families started to show up, and we were just trying to kind of maintain, especially the integrity of the body,
What do you mean by integrity of the body?
just so that nobody, family members or whoever wants to, the medical staff are done doing what they're doing, that nobody goes in and manipulates his body at all.
Okay. Now, when you say manipulates, what do you mean? Do you mean touch?
Touch, move, hug. A lot of people sometimes will do that.
Okay. All right, at some point while you're at the hospital, do you see crime scene detective Marshall Wolcott show up?
Yes.
All right. When he shows up, do you then leave?
Shortly thereafter I did.
All right. Where do you go after you leave the hospital?
I went to the scene,
Which scene?
which is Reba Motorsports.
Okay. What time, if you recall, did you arrive there?
It was probably maybe 5:20, 5:30.
All right. And when you get to the scene, what do you see?
There was the victim's car was right in the driveway, and there were a couple casings that I saw just to the west of the car, I believe.
We'll get to that in a second, but just overall, is there a crime scene set up?
Sure, crime scene tape is up, and we had like numerous marked units securing the crime scene.
All right. And were there other detectives from your unit present as well?
Yes,
Okay. So you mentioned seeing some, I think you said fired casings. Is that what you?
yes,
How did you see that? Did you do a walkthrough of the scene?
quickly. So I don't like going too much into it before the crime scene guys have an opportunity to mark them and photograph them.
All right, but you said you saw some. So do you recall where, in proximity to the victim's vehicle, did you see those?
They would have been on the driver's side.
Now, you're on scene, you see the casings on the floor, you see the victim's vehicle, deputies are on scene. Do you see any witnesses that have been ascertained to stay on scene?
Yes, there were a few. I myself spoke to, I believe, 3 of them.
Do you recall their names?
It was Mr. Barbeau, Ms. Can, and it was Mr. Kerr.
Okay. You spoke with them at that point?
Yeah, one at a time I did.
All right, and they're separated?
Yes,
All right, after speaking with them, at some point, do you go inside the store and meet with management of Rivas Motorsports?
yes.
Okay, what was the purpose of meeting with the management of that store?
Twofold, to review the surveillance, and secondly, well, that came after reviewing the surveillance, but we had ascertained that one of the persons was inside, may have been inside and purchased a mask.
Okay, so walk us through you watching the surveillance and what you're looking for.
Well, initially, we were looking inside. So we saw 2 persons enter the store. They walked past the victim. The victim was already in there. They went to the parts counter, and one of them purchased a mask and then left. And then looking at the video a little bit further, we ended up having seen a blue Dodge Journey that appeared to the 2 persons that entered the store. They went back and entered that car. They went out the north gate and parked across the street. And then as the victim was exiting, that vehicle cut the path off of the victim's car, and then 2 persons exited the driver's side, that passenger side of the Journey, and then guess they were trying to rob the victim, and eventually you could actually see when, I guess, the shots went off.
Okay, so let's go back for a second. You're looking at surveillance. Obviously, when this crime happens and Jose Entroy is murdered, are you aware at least of a description of the vehicle that was involved as the suspect vehicle at that time?
Yes, we had it was either a blue or black SUV, and from the video that shows on the north gate, I guess it's the license plate one. They have it listed as the license plate camera. The vehicle looks black because the color is kind of skewed, but in other camera views, the vehicle is blue. It's clearly like a midnight blue.
So I'm showing you what's been previously entered into evidence as states 49. Now this is the system that you saw, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you referred to a camera as labeled as license plate, correct?
Correct.
Is this that view that you were talking about?
Yes.
And is this the view where we could then see the suspect vehicle that we later learn is the Dodge Journey pull up and cut off Jose Entroy's vehicle?
Yes.
All right. So we know at the point that you're reviewing the surveillance that there's a dark colored SUV that cuts off the victim's vehicle that's involved in murdering Jose Entroy. So when you're looking at the surveillance, are you then working backwards to figure out who's getting into that vehicle potentially?
Yes. So we were trying to just basically pull every camera angle from they had a lot of cameras. We wanted to pull every camera angle we could prior to them even arriving.
And you did that, correct?
Yes.
Now, in reviewing all those videos, obviously you mentioned seeing two individuals walk past the victim, but at the onset, you're just trying to figure out which individuals potentially might have walked into the store, correct?
Correct.
Now, how do you then figure out that the two people that walked past Jose Entroy and Leonard Kerr are the people that are now involved in this case in the beginning of your investigation?
Well, initially we ended up looking at like all the camera angles. One particular angle, you could actually see that as they arrived, they got into this this SUV. And when they arrived, they got out of this SUV. It's kind of like obscured because they were behind an awning. But they arrived, and then they exited the driver's side of that SUV. You could see them walk into the store, two of them.
Let me stop you there for a second. Is this the awning that
Yeah.
we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay.
As they walk in the store, they purchase something, and then they walk out, they go back to the vehicle. You can actually see the vehicle. It exits the parking lot, and then it parks across the street.
Okay. So now that you've figured out that some people that walk into Rivas Motorsports are getting into the suspect vehicle that you believe, based on video, is involved in the murder of Jose Entroy, do you then continue to watch inside video to see potentially what they do inside the store?
Yes, and we do that just so that we could, maybe get better photos of them, better stills of them, so that we could, put it out in Crime Stoppers are just blasted out on, be on the lookout for other law enforcement, just to, in case they contact them.
All right. So when you're reviewing the inside camera system, do you see the two individuals that you're discussing here do anything while inside?
Yes, they walk to the parts counter, which is in the back, and The person, I guess it was in the tank top, he purchased a mask, a dirt bike mask.
Okay. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the person who's purchasing the mask, what he looked like?
He was shorter, kind of heavy set. He was wearing like a white or gray tank top and some dark colored pants and some orange slides, slippers.
All right. And can you describe the person he was with?
And he was with a larger black male. He was wearing all dark clothing.
Okay, and you said that we saw those two individuals walk past the victim, correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you again, states 49. Is this Mr. Onfroy and Leonard Kerr?
Yes.
Okay, and while we have Mr. Kerr on the screen here, do you, when you're speaking with him, can you describe what his demeanor was like?
He was upset. He was scared. He was kind of beside himself.
Now, if and when you see the two individuals you're discussing walk past Mr. Onfroy and Leonard Kerr, please let us know.
That's those two gentlemen right there.
Okay, and are those the orange slides that you were talking about?
Yes.
So you said that you saw them on video, or at least the one in the orange slides, making a purchase, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and do we see what he purchased?
We can't tell there, but after speaking with some of the employees there, they had said that he had purchased a dirt bike mask, just a mask that I guess covered your nose down.
All right, and did you receive a receipt of that purchase?
I did.
Okay, and did you also take a photo of the same mask that you were told that individual had purchased?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel has been previously marked as State's Exhibit XX and YY for identification. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit XX for identification. Can you take a look at it?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And what is it?
It's a neoprene mask.
And is that the photo that you took of the same mask that was purchased by the individual in the orange slide that you just identified on surveillance?
Yes.
All right. And I'm now showing you State's YY for identification. Can you take a look at that?
Yep.
Okay, and do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
Because that was what he had told me, and it's the same item, face mask black.
Okay, and is that the receipt that you received, the purchase made by the individual on the orange slides?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence that's been previously marked as State's Exhibit XX and YY as 50 and 51.
No
Objection,
objection.
sidebar?
Over objection, what was previously marked states the legs of the Y for identification shall be received in evidence as states 50 and 51 respectively. You may publish that.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, detective, showing you states 50. And is this the photograph of the mask that you took that was the same purchase that was made by the individual in the orange slides?
Yes.
Showing you it's been entered in as states 51. And this is the receipt that was provided to you by the individual that assisted the person in the orange slides to purchase the mask?
Yes.
All right, so you're reviewing the surveillance video. Tell us what's next in your investigation based on what you're, I guess, viewing so far in this video. What's the next video, I guess, you watched?
As far as, well, we're trying to get good photos of those persons, and we're also trying to get good photos of the car.
All right, so you're watching them inside. Do you then eventually follow these two individuals go outside of Reba's Motorsports?
Yes.
All right, can you tell us what you see as they walk outside?
As they walked outside, they went back to where their car was parked, just behind that awning. And you could see him get back into the car. The car leaves out the north gate. It heads westbound and then backs into a spot just west of the gate on the north side of the street.
All right, so let's take a step back for a second, and actually going back to inside for a moment. Did you see any other individuals engaging in conversation with the gentleman in the orange slides?
Yes, at the counter there was a gentleman that we later determined to be a person by the name of Pete Grayley. He was talking to the person in the orange slides while they were at the counter.
Okay, and was he ever considered a suspect in your investigation?
No, but we had approached him to be a witness.
All right, and was he, do you recall what he was wearing, I guess, in the surveillance video?
He was wearing slides, he was wearing dark clothing and a camouflage hat that he was wearing backwards.
All right. So now, when you originally saw the two individuals that we're discussing get out of a dark colored vehicle to enter Reba, do you recall which side of the vehicle they exited out of?
On the driver's side.
Okay. Both individuals?
Yes.
All right. Now, when they're going back to their vehicle after making the purchase, which side of the dark colored SUV do they enter back into?
Objection, speculation.
If he knows.
You could tell it's on the driver's side.
Okay, and that's based on the surveillance that you saw?
Yes.
So now that you're seeing them get back inside the vehicle, what do they do once they're back inside the vehicle? Do they automatically leave?
No, they stayed in the parking lot for a few minutes, then they exited and parked across the street after they left.
Okay. At some point, do you recall how long, I guess walk us through the timeline of how long they sit in the Reva's parking lot, if you recall?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but it was several minutes. It was probably about maybe 8 to 10 minutes.
Okay. And then you said they go across the street and park. How long, if you recall, do they sit across the street and sit there for?
I think for probably another 10 minutes or so.
All right. Now, if that vehicle that we see parked across the street in the video that's already in evidence, is that the vehicle then you subsequently see cut off the victim's vehicle?
Yes.
All right. At some point, based on the surveillance video, are you able to identify the person in the orange lines?
Yes.
And who was the person that you identified?
Dedrick Lewis.
And were you able to figure out with the Dodge Journey where it had driven to based on any sort of records?
Well, the Dodge Journey, we...
Objection, hearsay. Judge, if we could approach sidebar.
detective, so in reviewing the surveillance video, were you then able to figure out if it passed any license plate readers within your cities that you have jurisdiction over?
Well, eventually, yes.
Okay.
So, the license plate readers are just that. They capture the license plates and they run them. So we didn't have that information initially. And that wasn't one of the things that we, of course, we wanted to look and see who the car belonged to, but having a description of the car, we're able to query make, model, color, year through our driver's license database. So that database, you're able to print, all of those cars that meet those parameters in each county. So I went back and started looking at those. So the suspect vehicle happened to have been captured as one of them, and it was registered down to someone in Miramar. And so I actually took it upon myself to look at all these vehicles that came up as blue, and I was driving to pretty much every address that they were registered to. I went to the Miramar address, Miss Clark, and on late at night, early in the morning, and I never saw the car. So I kind of got a little suspicious, I guess, of it. And then so I put that tag number into our records database, and that's when we found out that it had been in that.
Objection, hearsay.
Effect on the listener, Your Honor? Okay, so you use a records system. Is it also known as a license plate reader system?
Well, not yet,
Not yet, okay.
but our police records.
Okay, so for purposes of discussing the vehicle, at some point you get to looking at license plate readers, correct?
Correct.
So when you work your way up to the license plate readers, can you tell us how that system works and what you did to look into it?
Okay,
Objection, hearsay.
those readers are usually put out throughout the county, and so we just enter the tag into it and see which ones those readers hit, and it gives you a photo of the tag. It'll give you the location of the reader, and it'll give you a time and date that it was read.
Okay, and were you able to ascertain the license plate of the suspect vehicle in this case based on the license plate readers that you
Yes.
looked at? Do you
Yes.
recall the license plate?
I think
Objection,
it
hearsay.
was, I believe it was WBJ 629,
Okay.
Florida.
And do you recall the addresses and the times that the license plate reader system that you're looking at was able to show that that vehicle hit on those particular readers?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll look at my report really just to get the actual address it was. That tag reader was at the 1200 block of Northwest 6th Avenue in Pompano,
On what date and time?
and it was June 18, 2018 at 1:15 p.m.
Okay. Any other times that it hit on any other license plate readers within your city?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you recall looking into whether it had gone anywhere else in the city prior to the homicide?
I'm not really sure if it was anything prior to the homicide that I know of.
Would the printout of the license plate reader assist you in refreshing your memory?
Sure.
I approach the witness, Your Honor. sorry, prior to the date that you just said,
Okay.
of 1:15 on the date of the incident.
Yes, same location on the 17th, 6/17/2018 at 10:48 p.m. and again at 11 p.m. on that date, same location.
Thank you. Now, at some point, Detective, I think you indicated that you were made aware that the person in the orange slides was Dedrick Williams,
Yes,
and were you able to review his social media?
yes.
And what's his social media Instagram handle name?
It's, I think, _ tattoo man Chucky.
And
Hearsay.
were you able to see any photographs on his social media that were similar to the same orange sandals that you saw in the Reva surveillance video?
Yes,
Showing defense counsel with from previously marked estates exhibit ZZ for identification. It is a composite of 3 documents. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Detective, I'm now showing you with from previously marked estates composite ZZ. It's a composite of 3 documents. Can you take a look at that? Okay, and is this the photograph that you saw of the orange sandals that we're referring to?
yes,
Okay, and does this composite fairly and accurately depict what you saw during your investigation back in June of 2018?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence with the previously marked estates exhibit ZZ for identification, estates 52, as a composite of 3 documents.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states Z for identification shall be received in evidence as states 52, a composite of 3, you may publish as you will.
All right, detective, showing you 1 of 3 from states 52. Can you just read to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the date that this photograph was taken?
2018, April 24th at 15:29 and 13 seconds UTC.
Okay, and what is UTC?
It's Universal Coordinated Time. It's 4 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, and is that 4 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time when it's daylight savings versus
Yeah.
5 if it's not daylight savings?
Right, it's either 4 or 5 depending on whether it's daylight savings time.
Showing you 2 of 3. And are those the orange slides that you were discussing that you saw?
Yes,
And showing you 3 of 3. Is this just another version of what it actually looks like when viewed on an actual profile?
yes,
And does it have the same date that we saw on the record from Instagram?
yes, April 24th, 2018.
Now, you had mentioned the name Keith Graylee before. At some point, do you see him leave Reva's Motorsports?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see him get in a particular vehicle?
yes,
Was it the Dodge Journey?
no.
Which vehicle do you see him leave in?
It was a white Honda Civic.
And you actually see him leave the area of Reva's Motorsports, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Do you know?
Yes.
Showing you states 49 again. It's going to be in DVR2, outside cameras, the first playable video. And the player time will be this thing has a mind of its own. Give me 1 second. Is that Mr. Grayley that we see there?
Yes.
And are those the two individuals, one of which you have identified through your investigation as Deidre Williams walking out separately?
Yes.
Was that the white, I think you said Civic?
Yes.
That left?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see that white Civic involved with the Dodge Journey?
No.
And are there other angles within this surveillance system that you downloaded at Riva Motorsports that would show that vehicle leaving separate and apart from the Dodge Journey?
Yes.
So you're reviewing this surveillance, you've identified Deidre Williams. Are you able to identify the other individual at some point in this investigation?
Yes.
That was with him?
Yes.
And who was that?
Robert Allen.
All right. Was an arrest warrant issued for Deidre Williams at some point?
Yes.
How, I guess, how many days after the incident was he arrested?
On the 20th, I believe, so 2 days.
Okay. And do you recall the address of where he was located when he was arrested?
Yes, 550 Northwest 17th Street, I believe, on Pompano, or Court.
If you need to refresh your recollection, to be sure, please do.
Yes. th Street, Pompano. 550 Northwest 17th Street, Pompano.
All right. And was he observed driving a vehicle at the time he was arrested at that location?
Yes.
Mr. Kearsey?
Do you recall the type of vehicle?
It was a Honda Accord.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
It was registered to Miss
Objection, your side.
Tony Robinson.
Were search warrants then prepared for both the residence of the address you just mentioned and this separately and apart that vehicle?
Yes.
Now, were you a part of executing both of those warrants?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been marked as states AAA for identification. And first witness, Your Honor. Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states exhibit AAA for identification. Can you take a look at it?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it?
It's a thumb drive.
Okay, and what is on the thumb drive?
Vehicle photos.
Okay,
And the residence.
all right, and you've taken a look at those photographs prior to today?
Yes.
Okay, and is that your signature on the back and date of the time that you actually reviewed this particular thumb drive?
Yes.
And do those photos on this particular thumb drive fairly and accurately depict the search warrant photographs that you were present for the residence and separately and apart the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence what's been previously marked as states exhibit AAA for identification, as states 53.
No objection.
No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states AAA for identification shall be received in evidence as states 53. You may publish that vote.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, maybe we go sidebar for a moment.
Sure.
All right, Detective, back to these photographs, state 52. You had been saying that you were present for the execution of a search warrant of Mr. Williams' residence and the vehicle that he was driving, which you identified as registered to Tony Robinson. Let's first talk about the residence. What are we looking at here?
That's the front of the house.
Can you talk a little louder, because I'm all the way back here and I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Front of the house, 550 Northwest 17th Street.
Okay, and is that Tony Robinson's vehicle that I see with the front door open?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here? Is this just another angle of the front of the house?
Yes.
And here?
Same.
And when executing a search warrant, is it common to have the police tape up and deputy vehicles blocking off any potential traffic from entering a potential scene?
Yes.
And what about here? Just a close-up of the front door?
Yes.
And here?
Same side of the yard.
Side of the yard, okay. And did you actually take a walk around the side of the house into the back?
We did.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
That's the bank slider.
Okay. And what do we see at the back door?
Those orange slides.
Are those the orange slides you're talking about?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit BB for identification. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit BB for identification. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
These are the orange slides that we found in the back slider.
Okay, and these, are they in similar condition as they were when we first saw them back at the back slider of the residence?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit, BB, triple B for identification, BBB.
No objections.
Without objection, what was previously marked states BBB for identification shall be received in evidence as states 54. A exhibit consisting of slides, stocks, and.
There we go.
You may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, detective. Now, eventually, you go inside the house.
Yes.
And are all angles taken of the residence with crime scene there as well to just document what you see and anything that you collect?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Yes.
And is this the inside of the house as you saw it when you were there?
Yes.
Is this the hallway to any of the bedrooms within that house?
Yes.
And was this the master bedroom within that home that was of the search warrant executed?
Yes.
And what do we have here?
That's a receipt from Just for Sports, and it's dated 6/19/2018 and 10:34 a.m.
And was that receipt collected?
Yes.
What do we have here?
A bunch of brand new clothing.
How do you know it's brand new?
Tags are still on them.
Now going to the vehicle itself, Ms. Robinson's vehicle. Is this the exterior of the vehicle?
It is. Yes.
And was that bag located and identified as belonging to Mr. Williams, the defendant in this case?
Yes.
And when you searched inside, what did you find?
A firearm, .38 revolver.
And can you describe the finishing, I guess, on the trigger?
The trigger and the hammer were both like gold, polished.
Now, when the defendant, Dietrich Williams, is arrested, is his cell phone also collected?
Yes.
And were you the person who collected it?
I
Or given it, I should say?
Yes.
Okay. And after collecting the cell phone that Dietrich Williams had with him at the time of his arrest, at some point were those contents downloaded?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review the download of that particular cell phone?
Yes.
And were there certain videos that you viewed and downloaded from that cell phone download?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel was previously marked as State's Exhibit CC for identification and states DD for identification. Triple D, sorry. May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit Triple C for identification. Can you take a look at that?
Should you open?
You can open it.
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yeah.
And how do you recognize it?
It's iPhone, I think it's 6.
Okay,
That
and
we received from Mr. Williams.
say that a little louder.
From Mr. Williams.
Okay, and on the front of it, there's some identifying information, correct?
Yes, the IMEI.
Okay, and is your name also on there to identify that you collected it and put it into evidence?
Yes.
All right, and is this particular cell phone in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it at the time of Mr. Williams' arrest?
Yes.
All right. And now showing you State's Exhibit Triple D for identification. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
Thumb drive and my signature, my initials on it.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to review what is on that particular thumb drive?
Yes.
What is on that thumb drive?
Should be some videos taken from this phone.
Okay, and do those videos fairly and accurately depict what you observed from the cell phone download that we're talking about?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit Triple C for identification as State's 54, 5, and then State's Triple D for identification as State's 56.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states triple C for identification and triple D for identification shall be received into evidence as states 55 and 56 respectively. You may publish that with.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, can we go sidebar?
showing you, which has been entered into evidence of states 55. Is this the packaging that you packaged that iPhone 6 in?
Yes.
Okay, and do you put the case number on there?
Yes.
Do you put the date it was collected on there?
Yes.
Do you put the type of crime?
Yes.
Do you put the suspect's name?
I did.
And do you put the victim's name?
Yes.
And then do you put the contents of the package on there?
Yes.
And what is an IMEI?
It's an identifying number for a cell phone so that it can be recognized on a network.
Is it akin to saying maybe like the DNA profile for a particular device?
Yes, it's like a fingerprint for the device.
And then here, is that your name at the bottom with your badge number?
Yes.
And now showing you the contents, is that what you had collected originally?
Yes.
And that's the phone and the case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, showing you what's been entered in as state 56. The first video that we're going to discuss, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the date and time that you perceived it to have been recorded?
That was the date of the homicide at 5:29 p.m.
And the belly crying, I'm in the TV, and the belly crying, I'm in the TV crying, the holy 3 point of diamonds, I'm so real that I feel bad, when I used to real, I ain't got flat, had to go to the back crib, see my legs flat, get a crib, tell them run like all night, but it's like he cause I ain't live right, but now I'm not faces.
And detective, in that particular video, what do we see?
Mr. Williams fanning out multiple $100 bills.
And what is he wearing in that video?
The gray-white tank top.
And now, was there a second video that you viewed from the download of this particular device?
Yes.
Okay, and what time and date was that one that you viewed it as from the download?
Well, the next one was just after midnight, so 6:19 at 12:35 a.m.
What's I wanna stop with it? How be looking without a tick? Double check in pieces. Swear sweeter than some Reese's. I'm snap on the snap on the snap. On the snap on the snap. What's I wanna snap with it? What's I wanna snap with it?
And in this video, what do we see?
The same thing. He just looks like he's in a car. He's fanning out multiple $100 bills.
Okay. And does this appear to be the same individual as we see in this Riva surveillance as well as that first video we just saw?
Yes, it looks like Mr. Williams to me.
Okay. And do they have the same tattoos and facial, I guess, hair or lack of hair identification?
Yes, it looks like he's got unique tattoos on his face, so it looks like him.
And was there a third video that you observed in this download?
Yeah, this one was later on the 19th of June 2018, and that was at 7:30 p.m.
On snap, what's I wanna snap with? I be looking without a tick. Double check in pieces. Swear sweeter than some Reese's. I'm snap, I'm snap, I'm snap. I'm snap, I'm snap, I'm snap. I'm snap, I'm snap, I'm snap. I'm snap, I'm snap, I'm rolling up like a ghost. I'm snap, I'm snap.
And what do we see here?
Mr. Williams, it looks like he's in his bedroom, and he's fanning out multiple $100 bills initially, and not having the benefit of this video when we did the search warrant, but that torch that he used initially when he started the video, that's also pictured in one of the photographs that you had just showed me of the interior of the residence.
And so the background of this video where he's fanning out multiple $100 bills is the same bedroom that we saw in the photographs entered in as state 53?
Yes,
And those are the search warrant photos.
yes.
good time to take that break.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a witness who, because of time constraints, needs to testify now. So we're gonna pause the detective's testimony, have him come back afterwards, bring in this next witness, and then the detective will resume. So you can be temporarily excused from the stand. You will remain under oath. You are not to discuss your testimony with anyone.
Sure.
Thank you. Stay, file your name.
You already said that we would take a quick break
I thought you would bring the witness in.
outside the presence of the jury first.
Oh, okay.
That's what we discussed.
All right, I need you to step back for just a moment. Honestly,
Okay, thank you, Judge.
raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
My name is Doris Paschall, DORISPASCHALL.
Make fire.
Good afternoon, Ms. Paschal.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at, it used to be Driftwood Terrace, it's now Lottie Hill Point Apartments.
And what do you do for that apartment complex?
I'm the property manager there,
How long have you been working as the property manager there?
16 years.
Okay, so safe to say in 2018, you were also the property manager there.
That is correct.
Went by a different name. I think back then it was called Driftwood Apartments.
Well, it was always Driftwood, it's always Driftwood Apartment, we're
Okay.
just doing business as Lottie Hill Point.
Okay, so there came a point in time in 2018 where you were working there. Were you also responsible for assisting law enforcement if they needed the collection of surveillance from that particular apartment complex?
Yes,
And the apartment complex surveillance is surveilled by the entire outside and throughout the buildings, correct?
that's correct.
It also has camera footage that is trained on the intersection just outside of your apartment complex,
That's correct.
Okay. And this is a regularly recorded activity of the surveillance that happens 24/7, correct?
Yes.
Now, with assisting, did you have an opportunity to review the surveillance video collection that was done from June of 2018?
Yes,
And if I may approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I believe there's 13 cameras total, or might be more.
at that time,
Yes.
a little bit more.
Okay.
We have 32 cameras on the
32
property.
cameras, okay. And do you recognize that USB?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It has my initial and I dated it.
Okay, and do the images on it fairly and accurately depict what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd move into evidence states EE as states 57.
No objection.
No objection. No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states EE for identification shall be received in evidence as states 57.
Permission to publish?
You may publish at will.
No further questions, thank you.
Ross?
None on behalf
No,
of
Judge.
No, Your Honor. None on behalf of Mr. Bori.
Thank you. You are excused.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you were just back for a moment, but it's 12:30. It's a good, appropriate spot for us to break for lunch. Go an hour and 15.
Sounds good, Judge.
All right. So it is 12:30. We will come back at 1:45. As of each time we break, they're not forming any definite fixed meetings. You're the same Dr. Foster that was here earlier.
Yes, sir.
All right, I remind you, sir, you are still under oath. State your name, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
So prior to us taking a break for lunch, we were discussing some surveillance videos and then some cell phone videos. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So I want to go back for a second to the surveillance video at Reba. You were talking about an individual that you identified as Keith Grayley. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you recall seeing that particular gentleman leave? You testified you saw that gentleman leaving in a white Civic, I believe you said, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how long after Keith Grayley leaves in that white vehicle that the Dodge Journey then leaves and parks across the street?
In a matter of minutes, wasn't immediate because the Journey stayed in the parking lot parked for a few minutes after that Civic had left.
So I'm now showing you again what's been entered into evidence as states 49. And I'm going to go to DVR2, the outside camera folder, and it's going to be the third video. Now, I see a white SUV in the top right corner. Do you see that?
Yes, that Civic is parked to the left of it.
Right next to it, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit. And again, that's the white Civic we see leaving.
Yes.
Now I'm going to go to the sixth video in that same folder. I'm going to fast forward. Is that the Dodge Journey we see showing up now?
It is.
And for the record, it's about 2 minutes and 32 seconds into the video on the player. And is it parking behind that blue awning where that blue, I guess, Jeep, it looks like is?
Yes.
And I want to go to the last video, the 8th video. And I'm going to fast forward to 9 minutes and 10 seconds. Is that same white Civic leaving that we saw Keith Braley get into in the other camera view?
Yes.
And at any point, does that white Civic stop across the street where we see the Dodge Journey park?
No.
Can we see the vehicle actually driving past that area where the Dodge Journey parks?
Yes.
All right, now I know that we were also discussing prior to the break, you were present for the search warrant of both the residence of Dietrich Williams and then his cell phone, where we watched some cell phone videos. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with his cell phone, were you also able to, the download that you had reviewed and looked for evidence in, did you also observe any GPS coordinates that you were able to put together in furtherance of your investigation?
Yes.
Objection, Judge, sidebar.
I was asking you about reviewing some GPS coordinates that you saw in the download of Mr. Williams' phone that we had just discussed, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us just a brief overview of the, I guess a summary, I could call it, of the GPS coordinates that you reviewed in furtherance of your investigation from the defendant Dietrich Williams' phone?
Well, we could start prior to the incident. There were, one of the videos you showed me actually had the metadata attached to that video.
What is metadata, if you could just tell us that?
That's information that's attached to a electronic.
Objection, Judge.
You may answer.
It's attached to a digital file, mostly pictures, where a lot of times, depending on the device that is taking that photo or that video, it will put the date and time. It'll sometimes put GPS. It will tell you the type of camera that was used. It'll tell you sometimes exposure, all of those things. So it's like a record of the actual image or video.
Safe to say it's kind of like a DNA.
Objection, or pleading.
Rephrase.
Is it akin to being like a fingerprint or the DNA of a particular download or photo or video?
It can be, yes.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about the general timeline that you reviewed when you received that download of the defendant's phone.
Objection calls for hearsay.
So a lot of the times we look at different applications on the phone. We'll ask for, we'll get permission to use the GPS on the phone, the location information. The phone will sometimes constantly be doing this depending on what applications are in the phone. The location data, basically from before the incident took place, showed the Mr. Williams' phone at his home prior to about 3 o'clock. It then shows his phone going up to Riva Motorsports, and it's there for a while, a few minutes, and consistent with the video. And then after the shooting, you can actually, the phone now starts traveling back south towards Fort Lauderdale.
Now, Detective, prior to it traveling south back to Fort Lauderdale, are the GPS coordinates that you reviewed so precise that it can show it moving across the street? You may answer.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. So then you said that you saw it traveling back to Fort Lauderdale. Anywhere else that you saw the coordinates? And do you recall how much time after the homicide took place that you saw the GPS coordinate traveling?
The GPS was down in the area of 19th Street and 31st Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, and that was about a half an hour after the incident, so it would have been about 4:25 to 4:30.
Okay, and do you recall the address that his phone then showed him at?
Some of the coordinates actually placed him on top of 3060 Northwest 17th Court, which is Robert Allen's home address.
Okay. And then after it's seen in Fort Lauderdale, did you see any other GPS coordinates after that?
Yes, it actually, it goes right back up to Pompano.
And is that where the defendant lives?
Yes, back to his residence.
All right, now, besides the Riva surveillance, did you also observe any Driftwood surveillance?
Yes, Lauderdale Point, Driftwood Terrace Apartments.
Okay, for purposes of this case, we'll just call it Driftwood because that's what we've heard it testified to as. For purposes of your investigation, what was relevant in the Driftwood surveillance videos?
The Driftwood surveillance was relevant because the suspect vehicle, the Dodge Journey, actually was involved in a crash right at 19th Street and 31st Avenue. So in checking Driftwood, they actually had a camera that captured the intersection and captured the crash from a distance, but it still captured it.
Now, Detective, how did you even learn about this Driftwood surveillance and the crash itself?
Well, once we figured out what the tag was, I did a records query and found that
Objection, hearsay.
You may answer.
I found a report, a crash report that was completed by Fort Lauderdale Police.
Okay, so Fort Lauderdale had the jurisdiction over that crash?
Yes.
Okay. And in reviewing the surveillance video, what did you see?
Well, you can observe the car just prior to the crash coming out of 17th Court. 17th Court is just one way in, one way out. So off of 31st, you can go east, but it dead ends. So the only way to come off of 17th Court is to be on 31st Avenue. But the surveillance captured the car turning northbound on 31st Avenue from 17th Court up to 19th Street, north of 19th Street, and as it's trying to negotiate the turn to head westbound on 19th Street, it pulls in front of traffic and is struck by a southbound car.
Okay, and do you see individuals getting out of the vehicle and fleeing?
Yes, several people, I guess, exited that car and left the scene.
Now, in reviewing that surveillance video, did you also observe the vehicle pull into the Driftwood apartment complex?
Prior to, yes. So, the car is actually observed south on 31st Avenue and then turning east on 17th Court at about 4:25 p.m. per their surveillance timestamp. Maybe about an hour later, the car pulls out of 17th Court, goes up to 19th Street, west on 19th Street, and then went into the 19th Street entrance to Driftwood Terrace Apartments. And then the car is parked inside of Driftwood Terrace along the south corridor of that complex.
Do we see individuals get out of the vehicle when it's parked in that complex?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously entered into evidence as State 57, which is the surveillance video. And it's going to be camera 7. At around 5:30 p.m. on the camera time. One moment while I try to get this to work. There we go. Is that the Dodge Journey that we see backing in?
It is.
And is that the Dodge Journey pulling back out again? Are those the individuals that you were discussing that you saw trying to get out of the Dodge Journey? Some of them, at least.
Yes.
Now, in this surveillance video, I can see that there's someone wearing a dark shirt and a white shirt. The person wearing the dark colored shirt, were you able to tell what type of hat he was wearing?
Objection, speculation.
It was a Miami Heat logo hat. It had its camouflage and the band to the rear, and the bill was red.
I'm going to restart this and continue to ask you questions while this decides to restart. That doesn't need it. All right, Detective, so at some point, you spoke with Tony Robinson, correct?
Detective Curcio did.
Detective Curcio, okay. I'm sorry, you spoke with Tanisha Clark.
Yes.
And when speaking with her, did you meet her anywhere specific, like when you first met with her?
When I first met with her, I met with her at the repair shop on Pembroke Road where her car was towed.
Of course, this still wants to be stuck on the screen. So the vehicle was at the repair shop, you said, correct?
Yes.
Had you been made aware if any of the employees of the repair shop had already entered the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, when you learned that the vehicle, and when I say vehicle, I mean Dodge Journey, was at the repair shop, was that vehicle finally taken into evidence once it was located?
Yes.
Now, when you were speaking with Ms. Clark, did you also at some point get her DNA swabs?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as States Exhibit FFF. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit FFF for identification. Can you take a look at it?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's my name on there.
And what is it?
It's a buccal swab collection kit
From whom?
from Tanisha Clark.
And is it in the fairly and substantially similar condition as it was when you first collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence what's been previously marked as States Exhibit FFF for identification of States 5088.
No objection.
No objection.
Objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states FFF for identification shall be received in evidence as states 58.
And as it's biohazard, I'm not going to open it, Your Honor. Hopefully this thing is working now. Try to get someone down here to work on that. At some point, did you also meet with someone named Genesis Sanchez?
I did.
And who is that?
That is, was Mr. Onfroy's girlfriend.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to take any buccal swabs from her as well?
I did.
Showing defense counsel what's been marked as states GGG for identification. And approach the witness, Your Honor. Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states exhibit GGG for identification. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
And how do you recognize it?
my name, the subject's name, and it's my handwriting.
And what is it?
A buckle swab of Genesis Sanchez.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence what's been previously marked as states triple G for identification as states 59.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states triple G for identification shall be received in evidence as states 59.
And Your Honor, I am going to need this for the next set of evidence, so I don't know if we want to take a 5-minute comfort break while we try to get this to work.
I really called somebody as well, so.
Is there anything else that we can do while we're waiting for them to come up, or?
No, it's all on there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you stepping back for a moment. I'll get that technical difficulty sorted out, and as soon as they're ready,
Surveillance from Driftwood. Can you walk us through just a brief timeline of what the Driftwood surveillance is going to show?
It will show the Dodge Journey arriving in Fort Lauderdale about 4:25 p.m., just about 25 minutes to a half an hour after the shooting. You will also see what we already saw, the car leaving 17th Court and parking inside the Driftwood Terrace apartments. Maybe close to an hour after that, somebody will retrieve the car, only one person this time, and they will go back across to 17th Court. And then after they leave 17th Court for the final time, you'll see the car get into the crash at 19th Street, 31st Avenue.
And prior to our technical difficulties, you were explaining to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the particular hat that the individual with the dark colored shirt was wearing. Can you describe that again for us?
So it was camouflage with the band in the back is red. It's a Miami Heat logo on the front, and the bill is red.
Now, at some point, you were obviously made aware of who Robert Allen is, correct?
Yes.
At the time that Dedrick Allen is arrested, is Robert Allen also under arrest?
No, Robert Allen wasn't arrested till later.
Do you recall when he was arrested?
Robert Allen was arrested the 25th
Of which month?
July.
Of July.
18.
So approximately a month between them?
Yes.
Prior to Robert Allen's arrest, was a search warrant conducted on his residence, which is near the Driftwood apartment complex.
Correct.
Were you present for that search warrant?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel, which was previously marked as states triple H for identification. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states composite triple H for identification. Can you take a look at those for me? Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are they?
Those are the photos taken at Robert Allen's residence when the search warrant was conducted.
Okay, and do these photographs fairly and accurately represent the way that Robert Allen's residence looked at the time that you were present for the search warrant that was executed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence what's been previously marked as state's composite triple X, or triple H, I'm sorry for identification. It's a composite of 10 photos.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked triple H for identification shall be received in evidence as states 60, a composite of 10, you may publish at will.
All right, detective, showing you state 60, photo 10 of 10. And can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That's Robert Allen's residence. It's the front.
Okay, and just like with all the other scenes we've discussed, were there overalls taken and then obviously the interior, exterior, things of that nature?
Yes.
Showing you 1 of 10. Is that the house number of Robert Allen's residence?
Yes.
And what was the full address?
3060 Northwest 17th Court.
And what city?
Fort Lauderdale, sorry.
Showing you 3 of 10. Is this the entrance to the home?
It is.
Now, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you found in the residence of Robert Allen during the execution of the search warrant? And I'm showing you 4 of 10 of state 60.
That hat is the Miami Heat hat that very similar to the one that's captured in the surveillance at the Driftwood. It was being worn by one of the subjects.
Showing you 5 of 10. Is this just another angle showing the red detail on the hat?
Yes.
And again, showing you 6 of 10. Is this the back of that same hat?
Yes.
And 7 of 10. Is that just the other side of that same hat as well?
Yes, it is.
And 8 of 10. Is this the shelf that that hat was located on?
It is.
And in that same area, showing you 9 of 10, was this a Florida ID card of Robert Allen?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel has been previously marked as state's triple I for identification. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit Triple I for identification. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the Miami Heat cap, camouflage cap that we recovered from Robert Allen's home.
Okay, is that the same hat we just saw in those photographs?
It is.
And is this hat in the same or fairly same condition as it was when you collected it
Yes.
at that time?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence what's been previously marked as States III for identification as State 61.
No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states III for identification shall be received in evidence as states 61, you may publish.
And Detective, we do see another BSO detective's name on here, Caceres. Who is Detective Caceres?
He is with our crime scene unit.
And was he the one present with you at the time of the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
And as a crime scene detective, is he the one who actually puts the evidence into the brown bag we see in this?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment. Your Honor, at this time I have no further questions for this witness, subject to recall.
Good afternoon, Detective Bori.
How are you, sir?
Good. I'll ask you a couple questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
You testified that you were working homicide from 2012 to 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
And during your time, in that time that you worked in homicide, did you use video in addition to photography to memorialize scenes and things of that nature?
I don't. Crime scene unit usually are the ones who photograph or document the scene.
And I appreciate that you may have not, but maybe my question I didn't ask it properly. Would you agree with me that video is something that's used in law enforcement to memorialize scenes?
It has been.
Okay. And in your experience, in your time not only as with Broward, but I believe that you worked in law enforcement in New York, correct?
Yes.
Not only in Broward, but in New York and in other places that you've worked law enforcement, is video a tool that's used in law enforcement?
Sometimes.
Now, you were assigned this case along with Detective Curcio, correct?
Yes.
And were you assigned this case at the same time, or did you get this case first and then Detective Curcio got this case?
Well, we got it together pretty much at the same time.
Are you guys partners?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you also working did you also work the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting?
I assisted, yes.
And Detective Curcio also worked that case with you?
Yes.
So, were you assigned this case randomly, or like through a random selection, or how does a case get assigned to you of this magnitude?
Well, the case of this magnitude is kind of irrelevant because we're on call for 2 weeks at a time, where we handle non-homicides or a homicide. So if we're on call for a week and we get a homicide, then we're taken off call. Or we can go full 2 weeks, not have a homicide, and then we just go fall back in the rotation. So it kind of just depends on how how everything happens.
So you and Detective Curcio got this case just in the random way that detectives get their cases, correct?
Right, we were on call at the time that this happened.
And would that also be the case for the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting?
Well, that's a different scenario because that was really big, so it was just everybody was doing something.
I'm sorry?
Everybody was doing something on that case, so it's not,
I understand.
just because it was a large scene.
You testified that when you were finally able to arrive at the scene around 5:20 or 5:30, that you were able to talk to 3 witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell me what those witnesses were?
The Scott Barbeau, Layla Khan, and Leonard Kerr.
In addition to speaking with them, did you do anything else?
As far as,
Like, did you take their cell phones?
no, not at that time.
At any
I
time?
just took statements from them. I never took any of their cell phones.
Do you know if anyone did?
I believe that someone had filmed the incident, or right after, and that person had relinquished the phone, but I'm not sure exactly who did that.
How about, do you know if anybody took Leonard Kerr's phone as part of this investigation?
No,
You don't know or no one did?
I don't believe anyone did.
No, is that something that you would usually do in a situation of a robbery, just to see if people were in cahoots, et cetera?
Not necessarily. He was with the victim at the time, so if something had probably turned up prior or afterwards, maybe we'd have went back for it, but there was no reason to take it at that time.
And I'll ask you the same question regarding Claudia Ramos. You know who that is?
Is she the teller?
The teller, correct.
Yes.
To your knowledge, did anyone check her cell phone or her cell phone activity on June 18th, 2018?
No.
Now, when you're involved in a case that a large amount of money, let's say $50,000, is withdrawn from a bank and then is immediately stolen from the person that withdrew it from the bank, would you think that the person at the bank is possibly someone that should be investigated?
The possibility is there, but we'd have to have some basis to make that accusation.
So you're saying that there would have to be a basis for you to even ask for her cell phone or to look at the cell phone activity?
Only she would have to give consent for it, but
But you guys didn't ask her for it?
no.
So sitting here today, you have no idea whether or not Claudia Ramos contacted Leonard Kerr via text message or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
Or vice versa, you don't know whether Leonard Kerr had communication with Claudia Ramos, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified regarding somebody by the name of is it Grady? The individual that was at the Riva?
Say again? Grayley? Keith
Grady?
Grayley? Yes.
What was his name again, I'm sorry?
Keith Grayley.
Keith Grady, okay. Did you take his phone?
No.
So you have no idea whether or not Mr. Grady communicated with Leonard Kerr, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether Mr. Grady communicated with Claudia Ramos?
Correct.
Now, you testified that there's many cameras in Riva. You'd agree with me, right?
Yes.
But when we're talking about when the Dodge Journey backs up into the house in the front block, right, correct?
Yes.
When you're looking at that, there's only one camera angle that shows that, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that it's from a distance.
Yes.
And there's also like a tree involved in that, a little bit of an obstruction. Would you agree with that?
No, there's one camera angle that there's really no obstruction.
Okay. And when you're looking at that vehicle from a distance, you're only looking at the passenger side.
Actually, the driver's side.
I'm sorry, the driver's side.
Yes.
So you can't see the passenger side.
Correct.
So you'd agree with me that there's no way, when looking at that film, there's no way of knowing whether or not someone exited the vehicle from either the passenger front or passenger back, correct?
I mean, the vehicle is not that high where you wouldn't see somebody step out and stand up. So if somebody did exit, you could probably see them.
Well, in your investigation, did you look at that video intentionally to see whether or not someone had exited the vehicle?
Actually, yes.
Okay.
We were looking just to make sure that nobody got out and that the vehicle stayed in the same spot for that amount of time.
And it's your testimony to this jury that by looking at that, the footage that we're discussing, that was sufficient to satisfy you all as investigators and detectives that no one had in fact exited the vehicle?
Yes,
Now, there's a portion in that video that another car rolls up and someone gets out of the vehicle, correct?
yes,
Now, when that occurs, that blocks the view of the camera to the Dodge Journey, correct?
no, not really. He's pulled alongside the driver's side. So it would have been both driver's side together. You could still see the side of the car, of the Journey.
Okay. So it's your testimony that that vehicle that we're discussing that rolls on the street by the Dodge Journey does not obstruct the view of the Dodge Journey?
The one on the street or the one that actually parked? Because there were two vehicles.
The one that parks and someone gets out of the vehicle, the trunk lifts open, it looks like a Camry or an Altima?
That one parks next to the vehicle, so driver's side to driver's side. Then another vehicle pulled along in front of those, well, in front and behind on 37th Street. And that partially obscures, but you're still able to see if somebody get out and stand up.
Okay. Now, somebody gets out of one of those vehicles, correct?
Yeah, the one that parked next to it.
In your investigation, were you guys able to figure out who those people were?
No.
So what exactly did you guys do to identify the cars that were involved in what we're discussing and the people that were involved in what we're discussing?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Did you guys, when you guys saw the video and you saw those vehicles and the people that were involved, what did you guys do to figure out what vehicles it was and who was involved in the video?
Well, the vehicles that pulled up after the fact, I mean, it's pretty clear that they didn't have anything to do with the actual robbery / homicide.
When you say after the fact, what fact are you discussing? Because we're talking about when they were across the street before this actually occurred.
Right, so once the vehicle backed up and the Dodge Journey backed up, the other vehicles pulled alongside, but those vehicles had nothing to do with actually cutting off the victim's vehicle.
Okay. Did you guys go across the street in your investigation and inquire to the neighbors in the neighborhood if anybody could identify those vehicles or the people in the video?
No. I know we did do a canvass for additional video, but did not find any.
And did you yourself canvass for additional video or other people under your instruction?
Yeah, other people did.
Okay. Now, I understand that you guys looked for other camera angles and other video footage and you were unable to obtain, correct?
Correct.
Okay. My question is specifically, did you guys take the image of the vehicles that we have just discussed and show neighbors to see, hey, do you know who this vehicle is? Things like that?
I don't believe that was done, no.
Now, we saw several videos of my client and where he's playing with money. In your investigation, were you able to even determine that the money that was in that video was actually real?
Well, he had cash on him at the time of his arrest. However, that actual money, no. I don't think you couldn't determine whether it is or not. Just from the video.
Whether it's even real, correct?
Correct.
And now you mentioned the fact that there was money, he had money on him. The money that he had on him was in no way connected to this crime, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Nor can you connect the money from the footage that was shown to this crime, correct?
From the videos?
Yeah.
No.
Now, you discussed certain images that you found on my client's social media, is that correct?
I believe it was just the one.
The one.
Yeah.
Is that something that you often do in cases, is review social media of suspects and things of that nature?
Sometimes, yeah.
Did you review the social media of the decedent, Mr. Onford?
No,
Sitting here today, have you ever done that?
I have not.
Did you have an opportunity in your investigation to speak with Cleopatra Bernard, the decedent's mom?
Yes.
Did you ever, in communicating with her, determine that the reason that she wanted additional security with her son on that day was because of the issues that her son was having with Drake and Migos?
Objection is hearsay, objection to relevance.
State the question again, please.
Okay. In your communications with Cleopatra Bernard, were you able to determine that the reason that she wanted a security with her son the day of that this incident occurred was because of the issues her son was having with Drake and Migos?
I didn't have any knowledge of any issues that was ongoing.
Did you ask her, did you know that the reason that he had security with him that day was because his mom prompted him to?
I noticed she wanted someone to go with him. However, not the reason why.
Did you ask that?
Well, I don't know if I asked it, but my main understanding was that he was withdrawing a lot of money. So
That segues me to that. How much money do you, in your investigation, how much money do you believe that he wanted to take out of the bank that day?
I believe that he wanted to withdraw $250,000.
Okay. And that's a high amount, you would agree with me, right?
Sure.
Did you ever determine why he wanted to take out $250,000?
I believe he's to purchase some vehicles.
A fleet of vehicles.
Well,
Did it strike you as odd that someone would want to go take $250,000 out of the bank and only have one unarmed guard with them?
I can't speak to what people do.
Now, in your communication with Cleopatra Bernard or with anybody, did it come to your knowledge in this investigation that Mr. Onfroy, prior to his death, had said that if anybody killed him, they'd do
Objection,
it
Your
straight?
Honor, relevance, good faith basis, outside the scope.
It's the same through district court.
Did it ever, in your investigation, did you ever learn that someone by the name of Antonio Brown had come to South Florida
Objection, Your Honor,
specifically?
outside the scope, relevance.
It's the same.
Let me have a second, Judge. You stated that my client had money on him when he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the money that he had on him, there was no $100 bills, correct?
I don't believe they were.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Counsel on behalf of Mr. News.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, please take it.
How are you, sir?
Detective, in being partners with Detective Curcio, he wrote a rather lengthy police report. Have you had a chance to review that?
I haven't too recently, but
Originally, you probably did around the time of this, 4 years ago, I understand.
yes,
You basically agreed with everything he put in his report, correct?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. Would you agree that the operative theory of law enforcement at the time the report was written was that when this incident occurred, it appeared that individuals were trying to yank on the victim to get him out of the car to get his gold bracelet, his gold necklace, excuse me?
I believe that they were reaching in the car for something.
Well, Detective Curcio said there was,
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
in his report, just if he's familiar with this.
Your Honor.
I'll go through Detective Curcio then. Being his partner, were you present on the day that my client surrendered at my office to Detective Curcio? I didn't see you there, but I'm trying to wonder if you were outside. I know there was a lot of officers there.
I was, yeah,
Okay.
I was with them.
Okay. Were you also present when he gave the DNA sample that's been used for comparison in the case?
I believe when he got taken back to the station, yes.
Okay. Were you present when Mr. Newsom's family's home was searched for any evidence that might be related to this case?
I was there, yes, at the onset.
And you'd agree there was nothing found in his home that would be linked to this case in any way?
I can't answer that. I know that some items were found, but I'm not sure exactly what or not could be linked to this incident.
Understood. That'd be up to the prosecutors to present if they felt it was, correct?
Your Honor, counsel testifying improper.
You can answer, sir.
I guess so.
Thank you. Now, just a couple other brief questions. The video we've seen of the two individuals in that Dodge Journey, you see the car try to park backing in, correct?
Yes,
And it appears from that video that the person trying to park it was having trouble parking. Agreed?
yes,
So it pulls out and they switch driver to passenger.
correct.
And the second person who took over that car, would you agree with me, one of two things happened? Either he said, hey, you're having trouble with this, let me do it. Or the other person said, hey, why don't you try to park it, I'm having trouble with it.
Objection to speculation.
You don't know what they were saying to each other.
No,
Okay, but you see what happened.
yes,
It's not an unreasonable inference that something
Objection to
happened.
speculation, Your Honor.
It's not an unreasonable inference that one or the other of those things may have happened.
yes.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Counsel on behalf of Mr. Bori.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you, ma'am?
You indicated that you were a co-lead detective on this case, correct?
Yes,
And Detective Curcio was the other lead detective?
yes.
Okay, and you indicated that you responded to Broward Health North first?
Initially, yes.
Okay, and when you responded there, Mr. Onfroy was still alive?
They were actively performing life-saving measures.
Okay, and you indicated that Mr. Onfroy was pronounced deceased at 4:51 p.m.?
Correct.
And once Mr. Onfroy was pronounced deceased, then you responded to Riva?
Yes,
Okay, and when you went to Riva, you met with 3 individuals, correct?
yes,
Mr. Barbeau,
yes,
Ms. Can,
correct,
and Mr. Kerr.
yes.
And when you met with Mr. Kerr, do you recall where he was when you met with him?
He was just standing by in the parking lot.
Okay, so at this point, he was not in the back of a patrol unit?
Actually, I think somebody had put him in the back of the car because it was warm out. So I think he was just hanging out in the back of the car.
At this point, do you know if Mr. Kerr was being detained?
He was not that I'm aware of.
Do you know how long he was in the back of the patrol unit?
couple, maybe 20 minutes or so.
And when you spoke with him, did you have him step out of the unit, or did you speak with him in the patrol unit?
I had to step out.
You indicated that you did not go through his phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall when you spoke with Mr. Barbeau, he indicated that the two masked gunmen were wearing a red mask and a black mask?
Yes.
And you would agree that after you spoke with those three individuals, you went inside Reba, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you reviewed the surveillance video?
Yes.
And you would agree that when you reviewed that surveillance video, Keith Grayley was purchasing a mask, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he was purchasing a black mask.
I believe it was the identical mask that was purchased by Mr. Williams.
All right. And after you reviewed that video, at some point, you were given his name, which is Keith Grayley, correct?
Correct.
And after you were given his name, you and Detective Cottam went to speak with him, correct?
Yes.
And when you went to speak with him, he was not cooperative, correct?
Correct.
He didn't want to talk to you?
Basically.
He did not identify anyone in this case, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that you spoke with Miss Tanisha Clark, is that correct?
Yes.
And you did some photo lineups with her?
Yes.
And in fact, early on in your investigation, a suspect came up as Ronald Boatwright, is that correct?
Well, just the name Boatwright was what was presented at first, so we didn't have a first name.
Okay, and when you presented the photo lineup with Miss Clark, you included Ronald Boatwright in your lineup, is that correct?
Yes.
And you indicated when you first met with her, you met with her at Supreme Auto Body?
Yes.
And that's where the Dodge Journey was?
Correct.
And how long had the Dodge Journey been at Supreme Auto Body prior to law enforcement, I guess?
I believe from the 19th through, we got it on the 21st.
Okay, so.
Couple days.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Couple days.
Okay, so for a couple days, the Dodge Journey was not secured, correct?
It was, no, it was parked out in front of, outside, basically.
So you would agree that whoever works at Supreme Auto Body would have had access to that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
They could have moved that vehicle?
Yeah.
They could have driven it? Was it drivable?
Definitely wasn't safe.
Okay, but do you know if it was operable?
It could be moved just to, maybe just to move around a little bit, but I wouldn't take it on the road.
Okay. You also indicated that at some point during your investigation, you located the Miami Heat hat,
Yes.
and that was at Mr. Allen's house, correct?
Yes.
And you were present for that search warrant?
Yes.
And you would agree that search warrant took place July 6th of 2018?
Yes.
And you would agree that that was 19 days after the homicide?
Yes.
You also, throughout your investigation, obtained Facebook records, is that correct?
Yes.
You obtained Facebook records for Mr. Allen?
Yes.
You obtained Facebook records for Mr. Williams?
Yes.
You also obtained Instagram records, correct?
Yes.
For Mr. Allen?
Yeah.
And you also obtained Instagram records for Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I could have one moment? Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, Detective. So you were asked on direct examination by Mr. Padilla, which is Mr. Williams' attorney, about looking into other people's phones in this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You recall being asked if you looked into Ms. Ramos' cell phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked if you looked into Leonard Kerr's cell phone?
Yes.
Detective, tell me, do you just go into people's cell phones because anyone could be a suspect on surveillance?
No.
What do you need in order to go into someone's cell phone?
You need a search warrant, you need some probable cause.
Okay, so you actually need evidence of something, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection leading.
Okay. All right, you were also asked if you looked into whether Ms. Ramos and Mr. Kerr were texting, correct?
Correct.
You were asked if, were you asked if they might have been in cahoots in setting up the victim in this case?
Yes, it was being inferred.
Detective, based on your many years of experience and your investigation into this case with Detective Curcio and the many witnesses, law enforcement officers in this case, was there an inkling of evidence that Ms. Ramos or Mr. Kerr were involved in the robbery and murder of Jose Onfroy?
Objection,
calls for
bolstering.
speculation.
You may answer.
No.
Now let's go to Mr. Grayley. Mr. Grayley was seen on video, you remember that, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked if you looked into his cell phone, right?
Yes.
Was there an inkling of evidence based on the surveillance video we have already seen in evidence that Mr. Grayley was a part of the murder of Mr. Jose Onfroy and the robbery of the $50,000 that was on him?
No.
The area that you were asked about across the street by Mr. Padilla, where the Dodge Journey backs up and is parked, lying in wait for the victim to leave. That video that we see where they're parked there, can you see the type of, I guess, driveway that they're backed into?
Yeah, it's just a multi-spot parking lot.
What do you mean by multi-spot?
Those buildings there are like duplexes or triplexes, and it's just parking spots out in front just for the residents of those buildings.
Okay, so multiple residents live in that particular location.
Correct.
Now, I know we just heard you being asked by Mr. Padilla if we could tell if those $100 bills in the cell phone videos we saw were real money. I'm going to...
And I'm really crying.
5:29 p.m. How long after the homicide is this video?
It's it's about. Can't hear.
How long after the homicide was this video recorded?
About an hour and a half.
Okay. And is there any evidence that you are aware of in your investigation of this case that the very next day Mr. Williams went and spent $100 bills at a particular store?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what store that was?
I believe it was just for sports.
The Driftwood surveillance, you were asked by Mr. Ramirez, which is Mr. Newsom's attorney, if you knew what the two defendants were talking about in the surveillance video when they're switching seats. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know what they were in fact talking about?
No.
So you were asked if it could have been about deciding who's going to drive or where they're going to park, right? You remember that?
Yes.
Could it also have been that they were discussing potentially how excited they were about the $15,000
Objection,
they
Judge.
shot?
Obviously, objection.
The same.
You were asked about Keith Grayley by Miss Hill, Mr. Boatwright's attorney. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were asked if he was in fact cooperative. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was he in fact cooperative to an extent?
Objection leading.
You may answer.
Partially, he did view the photo arrays.
Showing defense counsel has been previously marked as states triple J for identification. approach the witness, Your Honor? Detective, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states triple J for identification. Can you take a look at it?
Yep,
Do you recognize it?
yes.
What is it?
That's the photo array Detective Cottom showed to Mr. Gurley.
Okay. And does this fairly accurately represent the lineup that you presented to Mr. Grilli at that time with Detective Cottom?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence what's been previously marked as states triple J as states 61, I think?
62.
62?
No objection.
No objection.
Not on behalf of Mr. Newsom,
Without objection, what was previously marked states triple J for identification shall be received in evidence as states 62.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Detective, so you stated Mr. Grayley was partially cooperative, correct?
Yes,
Did he sit down and review a lineup?
he did.
Did he sit down and look at each individual photograph that was shown to him in this particular lineup?
Yes,
And at the end of looking at every single photo, was he able to make an identification?
he did not.
Is this that front page of the photo array affidavit?
Yes,
And what's the date that you presented this lineup to him?
it was the next day, 6/19/18 at 5:17 p.m.
Does he fill out his own name at the bottom there?
Yes,
And then are these the photos that were shown to him? If you were to make an identification, would he have written on any of the photographs that he believed someone to be
Objection,
involved?
cost speculation.
he would have acknowledged a choice.
Okay, and that's part of the standard instructions when administering a lineup, correct?
Yes,
Let's talk about Ronald Boatwright. Why did Ronald Boatwright's name come up first?
well, it wasn't actually first. The two names were simultaneous. We kind of were just trying to be cautious and include both persons. I just happened to take the lineup that was created with Ronald Boatwright first to meet with Ms. Clark.
Okay, and Ms. Clark didn't in fact identify Ronald Boatwright, correct?
She did not.
Okay. But was she shown a subsequent lineup with Michael Boatwright involved?
Yes,
And at that time, did she identify Michael Boatwright as one of the suspects that she saw picking up her vehicle with Ms. Robinson?
yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness, and you are subject to recording.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we'll need a quick break.
We'll take a comfort break for the next witness.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
If you need to see it,
Thank you, ma'am.
please state your full name and spell your first and last name for the record.
John William Joseph Curcio, last name spelling C-U-R-C-I-O.
Good afternoon, Detective Curcio.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good, how are you?
Good.
First, if you don't mind introducing yourself to the jury, telling us where you work.
Currently, I work for the Broward Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with Broward Sheriff's Office?
I started with them in 2009 after I retired from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department.
How long were you with Fort Lauderdale Police Department?
Just under 30 years.
And starting with FLPD, which is usually the acronym for Fort Lauderdale, correct?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your experience with Fort Lauderdale first.
I started in 1980 in uniform like everyone. Became a detective a few years later. I worked in progress squad that dealt with in progress robberies, burglaries, auto thefts. In 1988, I went to the day shift detective division. I was a robbery detective. 1996, I became a homicide detective with the Fort Lauderdale Police Department until I retired in 2009. Stayed in retirement 10 days and then joined the sheriff's office, where after them requiring me to be in uniform for about 10 or 11 months, I joined the homicide squad with the Broward Sheriff's Office.
And do you remember the year that was? Was that, I guess, roughly 2010?
I'd have to go back and look. It was either late 2009. I started with BSO in April, and I just can't remember how many months I did in uniform.
Okay, and so since then, with BSO, after you were on the road with BSO for about 11 months, you've been in homicide with BSO ever since?
Yes.
Okay, and that's currently where you are now?
Yes.
assigned?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many years total is that as far as law enforcement experience?
I'm in my 43rd year.
And total years in homicide between both agencies?
Approximately 27.
Now let's talk a little bit about how you became involved in the investigation into the homicide of Jose Onfoy. How did you get involved in that investigation? Were you called out?
Yeah, myself and my partner, Walt Foster, were the on-duty call-out team for that particular day. I believe it was actually my day off, but I responded, because we were on call.
And where did you respond to?
The Riva Motorsports up in Pompano Beach.
Now, excuse me, you were assigned as a lead detective, co-lead detective.
Yeah, I refer to me and Walt as co-leads.
Okay, what's the distinction difference between you and maybe some of the other investigators that you're working with on this case?
Well, I mean, if you're co-lead or if you're lead, you're responsible for, in my opinion, everything that happens in the investigation. So that's the distinction. When we have a homicide, we have detectives from other agencies, or other units rather, come up and help us with neighborhood canvassing, maybe take some witness statements, but we're the ones who, the day after the homicide, are still with the case. The other ones are just temporary helpers, kind of.
Okay, and so safe to say you delegate certain things to be done, correct?
Yes.
Now, Riva Motorsports is obviously one of the primary scenes.
Yes.
Were there other scenes that needed assistance in terms of being responded to?
On that first day, no, we concentrated pretty much, as we do on any case. We showed up on the scene, made sure that it had been securely roped off by the patrol people, got briefed by the patrol people, and then we start with whatever witnesses they have separated for us to interview.
Do you remember what time you arrived on scene?
No, that was in my reports. And it's usually about a 40-minute response time from my house, so I would not be able to tell you exactly when I got there.
When you arrived on scene, was the decedent, Jose Onfoy, was he still on scene?
No, he was not.
Okay. Now, what were one of the first things that you did when you arrived on scene in order to just determine and acclimate yourself to what was going on?
Again, what we do on every case, we make sure the crime scene's secure, talk to the patrol people as to how we got there, what 911 calls were made. Then we find where the witnesses, if there are witnesses, are separated. That was delegated to Walt Foster primarily and some other detectives. I could tell as soon as I got on scene that the Riva Motorsports had an expansive video camera system on their complex, so I started working to get our technical service people up there to start doing the downloads so we could view the different cameras and preserve them as evidence.
Okay, now this might be an obvious question, but why was that important to your investigation?
Obviously, the cameras are going to capture what happened because the actual shooting happened right on the property line on the north side of the Riva Motor.
What, if anything, did you determine was important to your investigation after reviewing the surveillance footage from Riva Motorsports?
What we did, or what I did, is we took the camera from the time of the shooting and went kind of backwards, and then you can follow what happens backwards to the point where you get to see the suspect vehicle in the parking lot and two individuals enter into the Riva Motorsports and go up to a counter. So once you kind of run it backwards, then you see where everything starts when the victim arrives, when the suspect vehicle arrives.
Now, how did you determine that it was the suspect vehicle to begin with? When you
Because
say
you could literally follow from the different cameras on the Riva system, the vehicle blocking the victim's vehicle and the two robbers coming out and killing them. And then if you follow it backwards, you see that they parked down the street, the suspect vehicle, and then you play it backwards a little further, you see that they were in the parking lot. Play it back a little further, you see the two people come out of the suspect vehicle, go inside the store, and you know, that's the beginning of the video, kind of. You go backwards to the beginning and then play it forward again.
Okay. Now, you ultimately developed four suspects total.
Yes.
Okay, let's first talk about the first two. You mentioned that there were two people that you saw go inside the Riva Motorsports from the suspect vehicle.
Yes.
What was the suspect vehicle, by the way?
Dodge Journey, dark blue, I believe it was.
And were you able to determine who that vehicle was registered to?
We did later on, after we left the Riva scene, we started doing investigation on that type of vehicle, and we learned that a vehicle similar to that same day had been involved in a traffic accident in Fort Lauderdale at 31st and 19th Street. And then through that traffic accident, we were able to go back, find out who owned the car, realized from interviews where the suspects gained possession of that vehicle.
Do you recall how long after the homicide the traffic accident occurred?
If I look at my report, or if you give me something to refresh my memory, it was I want to say it was like in 5 o'clock, 5:30ish.
Okay,
in the
yeah,
afternoon.
if you need to refresh your recollection with your report, please do.
Okay. And if you have something to make it quicker, I certainly will look at it.
We have, I believe, a timestamp on the video, but page 12 of your report, Detective Curcio. That
Okay.
helps to refresh your recollection.
Page 12.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, at 6:55 p.m. is when the accident occurred. It was first reported as a hit and run at 31st and Northwest 19th Street.
Okay. And starting with the individuals that you saw leaving the suspect vehicle and entering Riva Motorsports, how did you even determine what their identification was?
The cameras inside Riva showed very good pictures of the two individuals. One was a shorter black male with tattoos on his face. The other one was a larger, really heavy-set black male. Very clear pictures of their face and their full bodies. Once we were given a name of potentially the one shorter one, we pulled up photographs that we could obtain of him and saw it was the same individual that was in the Riva video. And then we compiled photo lineups to show to the Riva staff, people who had dealt with him inside the store that day.
Okay, you found that people were familiar with that shorter individual with the tattoos on his face?
They not only had dealt with him before, I think one of them at least knew him by his nickname.
Okay, and so you later determined that that first individual later became known to you as Dietrich Williams, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what else did you do, and I want to specifically talk about Dietrich Williams. What else did you do once you determined potentially his identification?
Once those photo lineups were shown and the video was viewed where he is the driver of the suspect vehicle that cut off the victim's vehicle, I obtained an arrest warrant for him through a judge. I also obtained a search warrant for his house where he lived in Pompano. And I believe I also, at that time, did a call history search warrant for his phone to get the call history records for his phone.
Okay. And were you able to, at some point, speak to Dietrich Williams?
Yes.
Okay, now, you spoke to him after he was in custody.
Yes.
And did you advise him of his right to remain silent?
Yes, I did.
Did he waive his right to remain silent and agree to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
discuss with council that are gonna take maybe 10 minutes, 15, whatever. Instead of having you sit here with us going on, I'll have you go on back and we'll have you back out as soon as we're done. Extend this side.
Okay.
Parties and presenters are absent.
Okay, Detective Cursor, this is just gonna be a proffer
Okay.
regarding, your interview with suspect, at that time, suspect Dietrich Williams, okay?
Yes.
Okay, when did you sit down with, Dietrich Williams to interview him?
I'm gonna have to go back and see exactly what they arrested him.
Sure.
And if you have a page number to help me?
I believe it's page, hold on a second, I do have a page number, hang on a second. Page 11.
Okay, it looks like 620.
Okay, now, when you first sat down with, well, first, let me ask you, do you see the person that you sat down with named Dietrich Williams?
I believe it's a light gray suit all the way at the end of the table aside of Mr. Padilla.
Okay, and I'll ask for the record to reflect it in court identification. I'm gonna do it again in front of the jury, Your Honor. Okay.
This is proffer.
Okay, all right. Now, when you first sat down with Mr. Williams, did you initially ask him, was he even at Riva Motorsports?
On the day of the murder, yes, I did.
Okay, and what was his initial response to you about being there or not on 6/18?
Initially, he said he was not there, though he was a regular customer there
Okay, so he denied being there altogether.
on the day of the murder.
Okay, did there come a point in time when he changed his story as to whether or not he was even present at Riva Motorsports on 6/18?
Yes, he changed it twice after that initial statement.
Okay, so let's talk about the first time. What did he initially change it to?
That he was up to Riva with a gentleman that he referred to, I think, as Fat Boy or Fat Boy, and he was in a vehicle, a sedan, rather than a SUV.
Did he ever give you any other name besides the moniker Fat Boy?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, were you ever able to determine who Fat Boy was?
Well, later on, after the third version, when we did the search warrant on his phone, I think it was Fat Rob, which was Robert Allen.
Okay, that initial story that he changed it to, saying that he was there with somebody Fat Boy, did he also say that he was there with a third person?
Yeah, I believe he said he was there with one of his younger children, a female, I believe, a girl.
Did you confirm whether or not that information was true?
I told him we had seen the video, and I knew it wasn't true.
So then once you confronted him with the surveillance video, what next did Dietrich Williams say?
Basically, he admitted he was up there at the location with the three other individuals in the Dodge Journey, and that the two gentlemen did the robbery who were with him, and that it bothered him so much that he hadn't been able to sleep the night after the murder.
Okay, so he admitted to being witness to the murder.
He admitted being there with the two other guys who committed the robbery and the shooting.
Okay, and did he indicate to you where he was when the robbery and the shooting happened?
Let me just refresh my memory with my report, if you don't mind.
He being Williams.
In my report, it just says that he was with them. It doesn't, in my report, it doesn't say what position in the vehicle he was in, that I can see in my report.
Did he admit to you, did Williams admit to you what he was wearing that day?
Yes.
did he admit to you what Robert Allen, who you later determined was Robert Allen, was wearing that day?
Yes.
What was his demeanor as he was talking to you and saying that, the third time when he changed his story, what was his demeanor?
He was concerned that if he went to prison, he would be labeled as a snitch. And again, he said it bothered him what happened that day to the point where he couldn't sleep.
Okay. Now, in your training experience, when someone is being concerned about being labeled as a snitch, does it indicate to you that they know more about whatever it is that they're testifying or giving information about?
Yes, absolutely.
Did you ask him what does he mean by that?
Unfortunately, I believe he terminated the interview shortly thereafter.
Okay. You never had it, and that was it. You didn't have another opportunity to talk to him, correct?
No.
No further questions on that issue, Judge. That's pretty much it with respect to the proffer.
Judge, we object on behalf of Mr. Boatwright of any of this coming in under confrontation clause. We cannot cross-examine Mr. Williams about anything that he said to Detective Curcio. Particularly, there are a number of facts that Detective Curcio indicated that could be used again, or will be used against Mr. Boatwright. One is that Mr. Williams indicated there were 3 other individuals in the Dodge Journey, as opposed to 4 or only being 2. We do not concede that there were a total of 4 individuals in the Dodge Journey, and we are unable to cross-examine Mr. Williams on that. Mr. Williams indicated that 2 other gentlemen did the robbery. Again, we can't cross-examine Mr. Williams about whether Mr. Williams, in fact, was one of the individuals who did the robbery and is just attempting to pin it or suggest someone else. And then this information about that he was concerned about being labeled as a snitch and that he knew more information that he was giving information about. I'm certainly concerned about the jury taking an inference that he was concerned about the other 2 individuals that are charged in this case. And because it is hearsay with regards to Mr. Boatwright, and particularly it is a violation of Mr. Boatwright's confrontation clause because he cannot confront Mr. Williams, we object to any of this information coming in, and if it is going to come in, we renew our motion to sever.
Judge, on behalf of Mr. Newsom, I inquire just one question. Detective Curcio, when you say the 3rd version was given, he said 2 other people did the robbery. Did he give you names at that point?
No, he did not. To my recollection, he never gave me names, ever.
Nothing further, thank you. I would join in on the argument that what it's doing is creating the inference that my client would have been those named person, and particularly the idea of being a snitch, that there's some repercussions from whoever that might have been, and argue that it shouldn't come in on that basis, although it doesn't directly relate to my name.
Judge, I would object on behalf of my client in the sense that even if he did waive Miranda, I believe it was under duress and that this statement should not be used.
All right. Let's start with the last one first. That's denied. With respect to Mr. Newsom and Mr. Boatwright, I don't find that the statements that are being made are encompassed within a written objection, a written issue. So your objections are overruled and the motion to sever, court will maintain its previous ruling. It's still denied. But I think we're fine here.
Okay.
The only
You had some other issue you wanted to bring up?
Yes, Judge. Based on how we're introducing this evidence due to the potential Bruton issue, I just wanted to put some case law on the record. This more pertains to Mr. Williams and Mr. Padilla's questioning regarding Detective Curcio. The 3 cases I want to put on the record are Knock v. State, 256, Southern 3rd, 828. It's a Florida Supreme Court case from 2018. Worley v. State, 814 Southern 2nd, 1159. It's the first DCA case from Florida, 2002. And Gonzalez v. State, 948 Southern 2nd, 877. It's the fourth DCA case from Florida from 2007. And basically what these cases discuss is that if the state only inquires verbally, orally from a witness on the stand as to some of the defendant's statements that were audio or video recorded, that the defense can, if they want, which they normally couldn't, put in all of the other statements within that statement. However, if they choose to do that, all of the defendant's certified convictions come in. So we just want to make sure that that is on record now, so that if we get to that point, we don't have to stop and deal with that in the middle of cross-examination.
I got it.
Do you have any intent asking for the rest of those statements to be coming? No? Okay.
Intent or implication, because we will be asking for a sidebar regarding that, if there's even an implication. So we just want to put that all the way out there.
Ask for
Cross that
sidebars,
bridge.
and then we'll deal with.
Do you have the certified crimes that you're talking about?
Yes,
Can I see it?
not right at this moment, but yes, I can show them to you at the end.
Thank you.
All right, you good?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Come on.
Natural stopping point, Judge, or, because I think it'll extend beyond.
Yeah, no, it's, you would be happy if there was only 45 minutes left in this testimony.
Your Honor, I love being in your courtroom.
All right, so
But
I'll just look up to Your Honor and,
can you see the clock?
I can.
Okay. He needs to leave at 5, so, or 5 after.
Okay,
So-
so a little bit before, obviously, because by the time everything,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
So 30 more minutes.
Actually,
I would say.
if you finish at 5, he's out the door by 5:10, and that's what you're gonna need, right? Bill?
Yeah, that's the absolute latest.
Okay.
Jurors
so
are entering.
Somewhere between.
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. Parties may be seated, court will come forward, parties present, gentlemen, welcome back. Proceed.
Thank you. Detective Curcio, we were discussing your interview with defendant Dietrich Williams.
Yes.
First, let me ask you, do you see the person that you interviewed and identified as Dietrich Williams in the courtroom today?
Yeah, he's a gentleman wearing the gray suit, second from the end, black male with tattoos on his face.
Okay. Your Honor, please let the record reflect an in-court identification of the defendant Dietrich Williams in this case.
So noted.
Okay. Now, when you sat down with Mr. Williams, first initially, what was it that you discussed in terms of his involvement or not concerning the homicide at Riva?
Well, he was placed under arrest earlier, so I explained to him why he was placed under arrest and what I was investigating.
Okay. And so he was aware, obviously, that he was arrested for first-degree murder.
Yes.
And did you confront him with the fact that you were arresting him for a murder that occurred at Riva on the date and time?
Yes.
And what did he say to you?
He said he was a regular customer at Riva Motorsport, but he had not been up there on the day of the incident.
Okay, so on 6/18, at that time, at around 3-something in the afternoon, he denied being there altogether?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time where Mr. Williams changed his story from complete denial of being there to something else?
Yes, as we continued to talk, he admitted he did go up there the day of the homicide. He went up there with another individual and one of his younger children, I believe.
Okay. Did you determine were you able to confirm if the facts of his second version were true or not?
I believe I told him that they weren't true because we had a video of the whole encounter, and then he changed to a third version.
Okay. And let me ask you about the second version that he gave you. You said that he said he was there with his minor daughter
Yes.
and a third individual. Did he tell you the third individual's name? If so, what was
He
it?
gave me a nickname, I think it was Fat Boy, and he also gave me a vehicle that he was allegedly in on the second version, which was a car, a sedan.
Did he tell you the type of car that it was? If you need to refresh your recollection with your report, please do
Yes,
so.
if you could just a second. He said it was a gray Nissan four-door vehicle.
Did you review the surveillance to determine if that vehicle was even there during that date and time?
No, it was not there.
Okay. And on the second version that Mr. Williams gave you, never mentioned the Dodge Journey?
No.
Okay. So did there come a point in time when he changed his story to a yet third version?
Yes, after I explained that Riva Motor had an expansive video system, he changed it to the third version.
Okay, after being confronted with evidence that you already had?
Yes.
And what did he say in his third version?
He admitted he had been at his house. He had went over to Riva with 3 other individuals. He admitted that somebody had come over to cut his lawn and babysit his kids, so that's why he went over to Riva. And then once he was over in Riva, 2 of the individuals he was with in the Dodge Journey committed the murder and the attempted robbery.
Okay. At any point in time, when you spoke to Mr. Williams, did he mention anything to you about the international rapper Drake?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about any other rappers, Migos, for example?
No.
How about any connections to Toronto, or any connections that somebody hired someone to kill Jose Onfroy?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about Jose Onfroy's mother, in this case, having any involvement? I believe her name is Cleopatra Bernard.
No, he never mentioned her at all.
Okay. How about Leonard Kerr? Did he mention anything to you about somebody hiring Leonard Kerr?
No, he did not.
How about Cecilia Ramos, the bank teller from Bank of America? Did he mention anything about her?
No, he did not.
Okay. And I believe there was another slew of rappers that there were tips that were coming in about that could have been involved in this case, correct?
They were all after the fact.
After the fact. But when you were speaking to Mr. Williams 48 hours after this homicide occurred, did he mention any of those names to you?
No, he did not.
Okay. Now, after he gave you his third version, what information did you glean from that in order to move your investigation forward?
Well, we had already obtained a search warrant for his house. We had already obtained the search warrant, I believe, for his call history records. And we had seized his phone when he got arrested, so I did a search warrant to dump his phone, the contents of his phone.
Okay, and when you say dump his phone, for those of us that may have never seen anything like that, whether on TV or in real life, the contents of Mr. Williams' phone were downloaded and subsequently analyzed, correct?
Yeah, you. Oh, I couldn't hear somebody.
We can hear you.
Leading. Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And did you use information from the search warrant returns from Mr. Williams to advance your investigation forward?
Yes, we did.
Okay. What was the next step that you took?
Once we looked at the content of his cell phone and his call history, we were able to identify an individual he had in his contact numbers in his phone as Big Rob, which ended up being Robert Allen. Once we identified the number, pulled the picture, it was obvious Big Rob was the large gentleman in the Riva Motorsport video. And that's how we got onto Robert Allen as being the second suspect.
Okay. Now, before we move on to how you developed Robert Allen as a second suspect, I just want to talk about other things that were happening in your investigation simultaneously.
Yeah.
This investigation was, there were tips that were requested to come in from the news, correct?
Yes.
And were approximately how many tips would you say came in?
And again, I never counted them, but as this progressed, there was probably a box and a half, banker's box and a half of tips.
Fair to say over thousands?
Yeah, they were all coming in, or the majority of them were coming in through the Crime Stoppers program.
Okay, so as the tips are coming in and you also are developing your own leads and confirming information through your detective work, I want to go over some of the information that came in through tips and get a sense from you as to what you did with that information, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Question, Your Honor, maybe.
addition to knowing the victim's identification, you also learned that he had notoriety, correct?
I didn't know who he was that day I stepped on that scene. I learned about it after the fact.
Okay, and in terms of the victim's notoriety, what did you learn?
In a younger segment of the population, he was a famous rapper. Really, I apologize to his family. I've never listened to any of his music, so I
Okay,
have no idea.
understood. But you understood that he was a rapper in the genre of music, that he was very popular with his
Yes.
fans?
Yes.
Okay, and as a result of his popularity, would you agree that this particular investigation gained a lot of notoriety? Especially in the early stages?
In the age group where he was popular, yes.
Okay, and as far as the notoriety that the investigation gained, fair to say that there also became a lot of rumors and innuendos of other artists that may be involved. Would you agree?
Well, that came through mostly the Crime Stoppers tips and
Well, in general, without mentioning the source, in general, were there rumors and innuendos that potentially there could have been other famous names involved?
what I remember is there was bad blood between him and some other rappers allegedly, but nothing that, I don't remember anyone ever accusing another rapper of his murder, no.
Okay, so let's talk about that, the bad blood that you said that you may have heard.
Yeah.
Did you, in your investigation, were you able to look into that and either confirm or eliminate that as potentially something that you should investigate as a suspect or develop further?
Well, the information we had was in reference to a social media post, and then there was a secondary social media post that said, hey, basically, that wasn't me, my account was hacked. But as this evidence on our case was pushing us forward with credible evidence, we would go back and look at all these names that would come in and see if any of those names had any tie into the phone dumps, the call histories, or anything that we were already looking at that we knew were credible information based on some of the search warrants and the things we had obtained from the search warrants.
Okay, so as you were hearing some potentially rumors or anything about a bad beat, you would check it against your evidence.
Yes.
And as you checked it against your actual evidence that you had in the case, from search warrants, from the phone, from evidence that you obtained, what were you able to find? Were any of those rumors substantiated?
No, we actually downloaded the victim's phone as well.
Okay, and were any of those rumors regarding other celebrities and bad beef, was any of that stuff substantiated?
No.
Now, you talked about how you started to develop Robert Allen as a suspect.
Yes.
Tell us about that. What was the first step in terms of once you were able to identify who the second person was that walked in with Dietrich Williams to Riva Motorsports? What did you do to confirm his identification?
We saw on Dietrich Williams' phone history the big Rob contact, and he was in contact with him the day of the murder earlier in the day. Pull up his picture, realize he's the guy on the video. Then as we started looking at the contents of Dietrich Williams' phone as far as pictures and videos, etc., we realized that Robert Allen was the big guy from Riva seen on the video.
Okay, now, once you determined that Robert Allen was your second suspect, just going back very briefly to your interview with Dietrich Williams, at any point did Dietrich Williams, within whatever was 48 hours after the homicide occurred, tell you about some argument that he had with Robert Allen where he called him an explicative? I'm not going to repeat it and disrespect people at that way, but where he referred to Robert Allen in an explicative and called him some names and they were arguing over Riva?
No, not that I recall.
Okay, never mentioned anything about that. All right, so then what else did you do with respect to Robert Allen?
once we, again, did the search warrant on Dedrick Williams' house, his phone, we also had the video from the traffic hit and run, where there was a video from the Driftwood Apartments that captured the journey actually in the accident and people exiting the vehicle, fleeing on foot. Robert Allen appeared to be one of those individuals. We obtained video from the Driftwood before the accident as well, and secured all that as evidence.
Okay, and were you able to determine the identification of the people who you saw in the Dodge Journey as it was being parked and driven away to and from Driftwood?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Yes, we were able to identify two people that had parked the car in the Driftwood and left the complex on foot before the accident occurred.
Who were those two people?
Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsom.
Okay, and once you determined the additional two people, what did you do next?
We also had contacted the owner of the Journey, learned how that had been a Toro rental, and who was involved in that, which led us to get an arrest warrant for Robert Allen for the charge of murder as well in this case.
But Robert Allen wasn't in your jurisdiction at the time, correct?
No, he had gone to Georgia, and we tracked him to Georgia.
And were you able to arrest him there in Georgia?
I personally didn't, but I had U.S. Marshals arrest him.
Okay. And you spoke to him, him being Robert Allen, I believe by phone initially in Georgia.
Yeah, I did a recorded interview with him by phone, and then when he came back down here in person.
Okay. Now, so that's 2 out of the 4. How did you develop the third, or who was the third suspect that you developed?
Michael Boatwright was the next person, and again, each piece of evidence pushed us forward to another piece of evidence. Dedrick Williams' phone and contacts led us to search warrants for Robert Allen's phone and contacts, downloading videos on the phones, which identified Mr. Boatwright through the Driftwood video, and again, that got to the point where I believe we did a DNA search warrant for him and a search warrant for his house, and then ended up ultimately charging him.
Okay, now, with respect to the information that you determined from, for example, Dedrick Williams' phone, one of the things that you said was there was video and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to, is it? Okay, sure. I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as. States 56.
Yes.
Was that one of the videos that you were able to determine was in Dedrick Williams' phone?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever able to determine if the currency that he is flashing as he's on his bed, were you able to determine if it was real?
Again, it appears to be $100 bills to me, but I didn't have somebody from the Treasury confirm it, no.
Okay. You were also able to track, based on some of the information from Dedrick Williams' phone, that he made some purchases within 24 hours after the homicide, correct?
Yes, when we did the search warrant at his house, we found some receipts. I think it was Just for Feet in Fort Lauderdale store. And we ended up following up on that, getting video and interviewing the people who dealt with him during the transaction.
Okay, you were able to obtain surveillance from that. That's already been entered into evidence.
Yes.
And as part of that, you learned that he made a transaction paying cash for the transaction, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed the Just for Sports or Just for Feet, whatever it is, surveillance?
Yes.
And you also had interviewed, I believe it was Yeleni Delgado?
Yeah, it wasn't me, one of the other detectives did.
Okay, that was part of one of the things that you delegated.
Yes.
As part of that, you were able to determine that the currency that was being used in that transaction was real because Yeleni Delgado checked it, correct?
Yes, and it was $100 bills.
Okay. as far as the remaining, potentially money that was missing, from, Mr. Onfoy, did you ever determine where that money went?
When we did Mr. Boatwright's search warrant at his house, we found similar receipts for,
Objection calls for hearsay.
shopping that had occurred, both in, I think, Broward County and Dade County after the murder.
Okay, do you remember the amounts?
Not without looking at my reports, and I'd have to, I think Detective Foster actually handled that end of it.
Okay, was it hundreds of dollars or close to thousands?
Yeah, when we did the search warrant, he had boxes of new shoes that were in his bedroom, and the empty boxes were in the garbage cans in his carport.
Okay. Were you able to confirm at the time that Mr. Boatwright was or was not working as a lawn care person?
Objection, hearsay.
I think he mentioned he was, but I don't remember if we confirmed it. I don't recall. I know I didn't confirm it, I don't think.
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach sidebar?
Okay, Detective Person, I think where we left off is you developed Robert Allen as a suspect, correct?
Yes.
And tell us, how did you confirm Robert Allen's identification? Did you conduct a lineup with the Robert Allen's photographs?
Well, again, once we confirmed, I think from his driver's license picture, you can see it was the same individual. The witnesses, I'd have to go back and look. I didn't show the lineups, but I don't think the witnesses dealt with him. They dealt with Mr. Williams at the counter. Mr. Allen, I think, was more towards the showroom on the video.
Okay.
So I don't remember if anybody showed lineups or not, but once we identified him facially, realized it's the same human being. Each of these phones, as we're doing search warrants, not only give you pictures, they give you, if possible, GPS locations. All those different factors are on those cell phones as well. So that led us to the point where we got the warrant for Robert Allen.
Okay, well, let me talk to you about that. Now, in your, I wrote it down, it was 46 years of experience total, law enforcement?
43.
43. And 27 years with homicide?
That's correct.
Have you been trained in determining to use coordinates from a phone to be able to determine where the phone was located at any particular given time?
Yeah, there's two different things. Call history will give you the cell tower the phone is using, but if you do the phone dump itself, it'll give you GPS locations, longitude and latitude. If you keep your apps on, it'll give you advanced timing. So knowing where the phone is as simple as taking the longitude and latitude if it shows up on the phone dump records, putting it into Google and coming up with what that longitude and latitude location is.
Okay, did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
On every phone that we obtained, we looked at it for locations.
Okay, and as part of your investigation, were you able to determine that the location of the phone that you believe belonging to Williams was at the coordinates for the date and time of the homicide in this case?
It was I believe it was the time the advance showed him at his house in Pompano, going over to Riva, and then back to his house in Pompano.
Okay, during the time of the homicide?
Yes.
Okay, now, how about for Mr. Allen?
I don't recall Mr. Allen's. I'd have to look at my report. I remember Mr. Boatwright's. I don't remember Mr. Allen's.
Okay, and we'll talk about Mr. Boatwright probably tomorrow, because we need the time, but specifically Mr. Allen, if we could talk about him and please refresh your recollection if needed.
Okay. And as always, if you have a page number, that will help me.
Okay. Ms. Bucklew and I will assist you with that. Hold on a second. And just so that the jury understands, how many pages total is your report?
Well, I think I did a couple of different reports. The first one is 29 pages, I believe.
Okay.
It's just, sometimes I refresh my memory so I'm 100% accurate with you all.
Sure, no problem. Just so that they understand that it's a voluminous report that we're talking about, that you're refreshing your recollection with. Just one moment. I believe it starts on page 14. I believe some of it's on page 14. I believe is third paragraph down.
If you don't mind bringing me that, I don't see it on my page 14. Sometimes.
Oh, you know what? I think that the pagination is slightly different when it's printed.
Yeah.
May I approach your Honor? All right. It's page 14 of this copy when it's printed.
No problem.
There you go, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I see that on 14 we're talking about the rental of the vehicle, but I don't see where I'm talking about the locations of his phone.
Okay, if you could flip it, if it's not on page 14, because on my copy it was page 14.
Okay.
And tell you what, Detective, due to late hour, I'll come back to that question.
Okay,
Okay?
no problem.
Just have a few more questions and then,
Okay.
Go
I'll
back to
continue
that.
to look while you ask.
sure.
Okay, here we go. No, I think Mr. Bori. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Now, you were able to determine, I know that you interviewed Mr. Allen. Did
Yes.
Mr. Allen eventually give you additional names that you were able to further your investigation in terms of suspects? And I know there were several statements that Mr. Allen gave. I'm talking about generally. Were you able to glean from Mr. Allen there were additional suspects that were identified?
I believe, if I recall correctly, it was nicknames that he provided that we followed up on.
What were the nicknames that Mr. Allen provided?
Blackie and Tay.
Okay. And did you follow up on trying to determine who Blackie and Tay were?
Yes.
Okay.
Not only through that statement, but by other evidence we had already collected.
Okay, so I'll ask you about the other evidence you collected, and then I'll pause at that point before we get into your identification of Blackie and Tay. What was the other information besides Mr. Allen's statements that where those names or variations of those nicknames came up?
Objection, hearsay, and confrontation clause.
And Judge, I think maybe we need a brief sidebar. I would object and ask for a brief sidebar.
Right. It's 10:05, we're gonna break to 5. Instead of sending them back for sidebar, let's send the jury home for tonight. I'll discuss this stuff with you before we break the meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, break stands another day for you. As a brief county break, you're not going to get this experience here. Basically, you're all there, this council instructions and law, I mean, all the time. Please do not discuss cases among yourselves during the question of trial, or will take regular recesses during which you will separate for official affairs during these recesses. Shall not discuss cases with anyone or permit anyone to say anything to you in presence and attempts to be from the jury has to stop, if persist, even for the matter of my deputies. If you see defendants, witnesses, counsel, anyone else out in the hallway, if you're ignoring it, not going to move, you're following the court's orders. We will reconvene tomorrow morning, 10:30. Have a great evening. Mr. President, here's that. Do we want to address this with the witness on stand, or?
I have no problem with it, Judge. That's fine with me. Judge, I was concerned, and I wasn't listening as carefully as maybe I should have been. Because he was talking about Robert Allen using the nickname Tay and attempting, I believe the testimony will be that was an identification of my client, and that's the basis of our motion to sever, that anything Mr. Allen said he can't cross-examine. If the only.
You already cross-examined, Mr. Brown.
Right, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Robert Allen, that's why I got that wrong too. Okay, my bad, but I still.
Yeah, no, it didn't come from Williams, it came from Allen.
Gotcha, okay.
All right.
That's why I wasn't sure I was listening
We
right.
were just discussing Allen, that's okay.
Yeah. So, all right, anything else?
and I have no idea what Detective Curcio was wanting to say, but a lot of how he develops Mr. Boatwright as a suspect was because he learned from talking to other people, from reviewing other items, from and all of that is hearsay and confrontation, and hearsay and violation of Mr. Boatwright's confrontation clause. And so, I think just asking a very open question, how did you develop these folks as suspects, creates a very big issue, has the potential to create a very big reversible issue without knowing how he's going to answer that question.
Well, shall we get coffee?
Probably a good idea.
It might be the best idea.
Okay, and if I could just also, before I proffer, Detective Curcio wasn't there. He wasn't present at the time of homicide. None of law enforcement was. So everything that they get from individuals, I guess technically could be hearsay. That this is part of what he did as a lead. And so my response to his hearsay objection, the exception is that it is an effect on the listener. I understand at sidebar he was saying something about, it's a way to backdoor in. Detective Curcio wasn't there and wasn't present during the homicide, so the only way he can do his job is by testifying and doing what he said.
I understand that, and in respects, it's statements that could be considered to be hearsay, but before he investigates them, they're not necessarily being offered for the truth. They're being offered to show that he went to determine the truth, and that, not that they were taking that face value themselves. So, if he were to say, someone told me this guy's involved, and so then I went on and arrested him, that would be hearsay because he's using it for the truth. If he said, told me someone was involved, and because of that I went and I did this, and I did this, and I did this, and I did this, and then I developed something and arrested them, then it really isn't. Even though, the statement itself would be hearsay, it's an exception, or it's non-hearsay, because it wasn't offered for the truth of it at that point. It is offered for what he did next and developing the truth or not truth.
And for that, I object to the proffer. We're not talking about, first of all, there's a lot that Detective Curcio can testify to. What they're trying to do is to get little short previews of what his testimony is going to be. I understand that initially what the question was related to potentially what could have violated a pretrial ruling. Now he just wants him to just proffer his testimony, which I don't think that's appropriate, Judge, because before Detective Curcio took the stand, what number exhibit are we on? 62? We're on triple A5, or what's the name? J of exhibits. There's a lot of evidence that has gone in already. There's a lot of evidence from crime scene that he is aware of and that he helped to author search warrants. So all of that is potentially, and they deposed him, by the way. So for them to say, well, I don't know what he's going to say, as if I just picked this witness out of the sky, I just think that's disingenuous, Judge.
I don't think that's what he's saying, though. I think he's saying he doesn't know what the exact answer is going to be, and there are some areas that the court has made rulings, and there are some issues present in a joint trial that we're trying to avoid mishap, and that's why in requesting a proffer, I'm sure they're well aware of the general tenor of what he's going to say, but if there is a specific area that should not go into or is objectionable, or the court has already ruled is coming in, we want to avoid having that inadvertently come out. So.
And I will give a perfect example. Detective Boatwright would be very
There's
honest.
no Detective Boatwright, you said.
I'm sorry. Detective Curcio.
You're promoting.
End of a long day. Detective Curcio would be very honest in saying part of how I developed Mr. Boatwright as a suspect was because Tanell Williams gave me his name. That would be a very big issue, and that would be an honest answer to that question. That would be both hearsay and confrontation. That would be a hearsay and confrontation clause issue. And so
She testified. He is not my first
but
witness.
Mr. Williams did. That's
Okay.
how she got the name, was from Mr. Williams.
Understood. As an officer of this court, I have advised Detective Curcio of all of the court's pretrial rulings, as I do with every witness. So the pitfalls that they specifically want for a 43-year veteran law enforcement are the pitfalls that would have happened for any witness, especially the civilians that are not have never testified in court before. I have given Detective Curcio the court's rulings, and actually he was present for one of the most important rulings as it related to his interview with Mr. Boatwright. So that's why I'm objecting to these various proffers when it's not related to a specific issue, Judge. Because all it is then is just preview of the state's direct.
All these attorneys are able to think on their feet. I don't know if it gives them that much of an advantage after having taken the depositions. The point here is that I'm giving latitude to all sides on things to avoid issues that will harm the integrity of the trial, which includes why I've allowed a certain amount of leading on things, because I know you're dancing around some issues that don't need to come out. So even though there's some objections, I'm letting it go because I know that the purpose behind it is more important. And in the same way, no, the witness doesn't ordinarily have to do that, but if we're moving into areas like who told you what, and there are certain things which have been moved to stay out, I don't mind making sure that everybody's on the same page. In the same way that when we were talking about the things that were coming off Crime Stoppers, and we had a discussion, but he's giving his answer, he doesn't know what the ruling at sidebar is. So I would prefer, if there's any question that we're going to stray into impermissible areas, that we have an opportunity to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Sure. Your Honor's saying, Your Honor's ruled, I will do it, obviously. So, may I?
Yes.
Okay. Detective Curcio, what other information did you utilize besides what Mr. Allen told you to develop the other suspects in this case?
Well, this is where I want to make it clear. Obviously, I was given a Instagram picture of an individual without saying what they told me, which was a Mr. Boatwright under whatever TMZ, I can't remember what his Instagram name was, which then corresponded to me looking at Mr. Williams's cell phone downloads, identifying Little Boat off of his contacts. And
His being Mr. Williams's contacts.
yes, and then obviously looking at the pictures from Driftwood of who Little Boat is, once we identified who uses that number from the Little Boat contact number, and that's how Mr. Boatwright became involved as far as the investigation. But initially, it did come from Tanel Carter without saying what she said.
Okay. Once you determined that Mr. Boatwright potentially was Lil Boat, or one of the contacts that was in Mr. Williams' cell phone, did you then take known photographs of Mr. Boatwright and then place them in photographic lineups for some witnesses to identify?
Yeah, other detectives showed it in reference to the rental of the Dodge Journey. Again, the people that were being shown these lineups knew these people from prior contact under nicknames as well, and those, I believe, were done by Detective Foster and maybe Detective Cotton.
Okay.
So, I very much object to the witness testifying that some unnamed person showed him a photograph of Mr. Boatwright in response to the question of how did you develop him as a suspect. We know that is Tanel Carter. That information is hearsay. It is, and it just tells the jury that, okay, an anonymous person told him that somebody who we're now learning told him that Mr. Boatwright was involved in the homicide. Somebody who the jury doesn't get to cross-examine on that issue.
She testified.
Not about that. And so, and the only reason that Tanel Carter showed him that picture was because Mr. Williams told Tanel Carter about Mr. Boatwright, that Mr. Boatwright was involved. That should not come out. We object to that coming out under both hearsay and confrontation clause.
So, could I just get this straight in my brain? They're objecting to the information specifically that it came from Tanel Carter. Tanel Carter testified. I believe that objection, I don't know whether it was sustained, but that information specifically of what she said, which potentially could have been double hearsay, did not come from Mr. Williams. So now they're objecting to it generally coming out because they're saying it is going to be prejudicial or that there's a confrontation clause or whatever. I can recall to Nell Carter and we can easily remedy that, but they want to put it in a catch-22. The information, I believe, is 1000% permissible as to Mr. Boatwright, because this is how he was identified. And it's important because that is one of the main seminal things that I have to prove. Number one, crime was committed and who did it. I am trying to prove, and I have evidence to prove, that Mr. Boatwright was not only involved in this crime, but that he was intricate in all of the stages, whether it was going to get the rental and being the shooter. So I don't believe that it's an argument that really holds water, because they want to say on one point, well, you can't say who it is, and even though we had who it is, it violates the confrontation clause when she was here and they had an opportunity, but now they don't even want it generally.
I don't know that in the same way that he answered, he needs to say who gave it to him. I think he can say during his investigation they came upon an Instagram photo and then they followed up on that.
But Mr. Kampnock is objecting to that even.
Your Honor, if I may, the statute for the exception of hearsay actually indicates that a statement of identification is an exception to hearsay, so it comes in regardless.
But it's not just hearsay, there's confrontation. And if they wanted to get that information out through Ms. Carter, then the trial should have been severed.
Essentially what they're proposing is to have the detective testify that someone gave him an Instagram photo of Mr. Boatwright saying this person is involved in the shooting. That is both hearsay and confrontation clause.
That's not what he said.
That's all right. Yeah, I didn't testify to that.
It doesn't rise to the level of sever. This is part and parcel of what happens when a case is tried jointly between three co-defendants. There are going to be evidence that comes in that is against Mr. Boatwright and Mr. Williams. Maybe it's going to be just against Mr. Newsom. Maybe it will be against all three, but we're entitled to present it that way. And so the information that they're saying, it's really, they're talking out of both sides of their mouths, really. Because on one hand, they're saying, well, confrontational clause, which technically it does not, because they had a right to confront her as a witness. And the only reason, not because, well, if I didn't want that information to come out, I was adhering to the court's ruling. The court said, don't say this based on their objections, and I obeyed that. So for now, for them to say, well, it's not fair for Detective Curcio to say this, I just think it's a disingenuous argument, because really, the information regarding identification of Mr. Boatwright is fundamental to this trial. I understand that he has like certain constitutional rights, but I still have to prove my case. And identifying him as the shooter is one of the main seminal things that I have to prove, and this particular identification, it is an exception to the hearsay based on that. And if they want, I can say it's from Tanel Carter, and that would remedy that, or I can ask for Detective Curcio to say it's general, and I never have to elicit that information.
Well, that's the way he answered it. It was very general that he came upon a Instagram photo and he followed up on it. So the objections overruled, and I will allow the testimony.
And Judge, I think the initial reason we got into this line of questioning was because of the nickname Blackie and Tay, and I don't think that was addressed.
I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to respond to. That's no different than if they said his name was Michael Boatwright or Unicorn or whatever. It's a name that he was given. That's all that has come out so far. That's it. I'm still not done with my direct examination, so I'm not sure what the objection is and how to even respond to that based on that. Maybe they can clarify the objection.
I mean, the objection was the question was how did you follow up as to who Blackie was? How did you develop the other suspects in the case? And then the answer is I received a Instagram photo of Mr. Boatwright and we followed up on that. So that neither responds to the Blackie issue nor, and obviously not the insinuation, the answer to the question of how did you develop a new suspect of, I received a Instagram photo of Mr. Boatwright is telling the jury that somebody gave him an Instagram photo of Mr. Boatwright and that he was the suspect in the murder. We are unable to cross-examine Mr. Williams. That information came from Mr. Williams and it's a confrontation clause problem. We object under